season is a little more difficult because, you know, all the different departments within a team and keeping it below that cost cap is not easy, but 9 teams were able to do that.
Okay, well, I've been waiting for nothing yet. Let's see if we can make a goal. So we can now join that press conference.
Tell us about the combination that gives you for next year then, Alex Albon and Logan Sargent.
Yeah, I think we can't have a rookie because with Alex we have we're still young, but already very experienced driver. He established so well in the team, fantastic results, he's working well with the team, so we can put the rookie alongside him.
period and won every single one of those Constructors' Championships, but we've never lost sight of what that target was, that we've never stopped believing, we've never stopped to extract the most out of our team in all areas. And the season that we've had this year,
of us know any details, so I think we need to wait for the FIA and finish up the process that they're in. And I think just need to work on the license, super spoke about what would be some of the potential consequences, and like all the teams do, some solutions that for them to take on board.
So let's open it up now.
So however innocent that overspend has been, you've still benefited, am I right, in an extra 1.8 million that could have gone that you shouldn't have had. So you can see that you have benefited by an overspend, and that may in some way have contributed to
obviously Zach's letter, which wasn't copied to us. So.
should be addressed. No different than if a ride height is incorrect or a flexi wing or whatever the case may
We want closure on 2021. I think that we've had some healthy and productive discussions with and I'm hopeful of being able to reach there's probably several teams that have been, affected in that manner.
Thank you. Other one?
Rebecca Clancy from The Times.
I agree with Christian as well, and I think that has to be, in addition, it has to be clarified in a proper way. That's more
it has been a transparent process so far in that, certificates were going to be issued.
the team have to submit an audit, and they have companies all over the world. So, and one third audit company said before they will not finish that in time. That was contrary what they said before. So it had absolutely nothing to do with the inflation, and it was completely the opposite.
submission for this year could be ruled to be in breach as well. And to all three, the 5% limit on the budget cap, this minor infraction, there's such a big window for error for the more serious punishments.
Versus another, but what has been just tremendously disappointing through this whole process is that the leakage that happened, that then suddenly subjected to 3 weeks of effective abuse, to be seeing
nevertheless, this has to be cleared, and you don't have in technical regulations either the 5%. But I agree that it's the first time of these regulations, and they have on many teams. So for the first year, it will have the kind of, let's say, threshold of the 5%. Must have made sense.
It doesn't come from the kids, does it? It's coming from the parents. So it's it's such a shame. You know, this is a sport, and we should be bringing together. That's what we all love about sport. It brings everyone together. You have to support one team, but we should support the sport as a whole. And we're always going to have
qualifying from here in Austin comes to you later on today for your Saturday.
extraordinary folk. For these high flyers, and those high flyers, and these really high flyers. For big companies and little companies. For late night riders, prices, private healthcare for them, for you, well, for everyone. Just £11.90 per person per month. Birmingham Health. Healthcare done different.
Sky Sports, sponsored by Workday, a system for finance, HR and planning. And Fernando Alonso goes over the top there of Charles Leclerc.
Michael Schumacher hits David Coulthard and is out of the Belgian Grand Prix.
Historic surface track, Spa, Silverstone, Monza, Monaco, and Suzuka stay on the Formula 1 calendar. New venues such as Singapore, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Miami will race. Pay higher promotion fees. F1 knows that without but also nurture sport. One of the worst
Every driver just loves this track. Myself, it's not only a fun track to drive, but it's also good to race. Should be a few races in one of those series that are small. The big ones that are historical.
Such as Eau Rouge, Cox, 130R, the Ascari chicane, not simply corner numbers. Our great sport has a 72-year history, and only the original circuits have the dramatic and all-important archive, the triumph, dramas and tragedies, imagine tennis without Wimbledon, golf without
baby. Good game. Gonna be on tonight?
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. See you later.
Pass it! Pass it! Yes! You want to play one more after this?
Yeah, come on. Got him.
Oi! Keep it down!
It was wonderful. It was a well-deserved to the incredible history that Ferrari has. 1,000 tomorrow Grand Prix. No one else has had so many.
marathon, but alas, it's not to be. So thank you so much for talking to us virtually over. Well, I mean, I think it's a great day to talk. I mean, history has been made, not just in Formula One, but in sports. Sports history has been made. It was amazing, wasn't it? The greatest of all time, and the most successful, breaking all the records, number of wins, and the way he did it was critical. It sort of summed up the season, didn't it? It wasn't on pole, but he was exposed on his teammate and steamed past him. It seemed like nothing was going to separate them, and that they were definitely over. Well, I mean, Lewis has proven over and over again. He doesn't have to be on the floor to win. He reminds me of a great fighter, like Ali was and like Sugar Ray Leonard. They knew how to manage the fight. They might not start out winning, they get midway through and just knew how to control the fight and knew when to come on. And that's how Lewis was won. Masterful in how he controls his tire wear, how he controls the pace, how he can jump out in front and hold everybody there, hold everybody at station, right? 3 seconds, and then after half distance, he just says, okay, boys, I'm going to check out. I'll see you at the pool after the race. Absolutely. Well, listen, he's got many more years to come, and he'll continue to make history, I'm sure. Listen, we started a bit of history, really. Tell us how you made it into motorsport. Where did the passion, where did the passion come from in motorsport for you? Well, my dad, when I was a kid growing up, actually was racing motorcycles. He really grew us investing into it, hobby. By the time I was 9 years old, I knew what I was going to do. And I was lucky. A lot of kids today, they don't know what they're going to do. They're just 5 years old. When they're forced to know, I knew then. I didn't race until actually I got out of high school and went to this time, instead of being plenty of drivers from black backgrounds in the lower formula, but none at the top level of either motorsport in the US or the UK. What kind of reaction did you get when you said, I'm gonna make this my profession, I'm gonna go for this, I'm gonna get to the top level? Well, I really didn't, my parents had no problem with it. My grandfather, he wasn't aggressive. But when I went to Munich, I started my career in Munich in 1977. I mean, it was the best decision I made. Sometimes you begin your career has a lot to do with where it's going to end up in the end. Well, that was the best decision, because when I went there, when I walked into Mike Eastick's home, I told him I wanted to drive in Formula Ford. He said okay, and he didn't ask me why I came to England. He didn't ask me whether I was a black driver in the United States. He didn't ask me. It was nothing. And that's how I was dealt with moving my whole career. When I was there, I was a race driver. That's all that mattered. And I was fast and I could win. And then I met Bernie Ecclestone. That's when I knew that when Bernie came out, that it was better I love this idea of you living in the UK in 1977. You wanted to report there back in that year. What was that like in the UK? It was a great experience. I mean, I was young. I was 21. I got there at 21. Not 21. It was like being on another planet. It was fun on the weather. I wasn't impressed with the weather, but everything else was great. liked the energy, and the way I was treated was just the best.
Who were some of the drivers that you were racing against in the UK back in the 70s?
Of course, Nigel Mansell and I raced against each other, and that's how Nigel and I met. It was that race that ran at the running show at 12. I met him on the back of the wall after I took a break and get on the back of the wall. And you go around the track and go Royal Way. I didn't know what Royal Way was, until I got there. So what I learned from racing would have taken 5 years.
Specifically where you have in terms of Muhammad Ali?
That was 1977. And one of the greatest they don't give that kind of information out anymore. Back then, everyone was cool. They didn't, there wasn't sponsoring for car rock everywhere. So I said, well, I went into Soho and I went to Ronnie's shop and I watched the jazz show and visited the rest of the place. So I was up till about, it shut down about 3 in the morning. Oh, wow. So I left Ronnie's shop and I went back to the restaurant. I sat in the loft till 6 a.m. And right at exactly 6 a.m., I heard the elevator doors open because there was nobody. It was empty. Yeah. Elevator doors open, and out came Muhammad Ali in a jogging suit. And it was like some halo. It was a mind-blowing experience just to watch it come out of the elevator. And I asked him, I got up and asked him, I stayed up all night to run with me. So we got outside, out the revolving door. So I started running. We went across the boulevard, and we got in Hyde Park and started jogging. He didn't say anything for 10 minutes. And then he looked back as we were running. So I told him, so I'm driving. He stopped right there and turned around. He said, I'll knock you out. Don't you? I never ever say I played the Joe Crazy. And we started laughing. And then we kept running. And we got back. We ran for about 20 minutes. And we got back to the hotel. And we got in there. And I said to him, okay, it's night. And he said, are you hungry? I said, well, come on. We're going to have breakfast. To his room. And the rest of it. And I spent every day with him. The whole week. He was just a great person to be around. He was fun. He was easy. And I found that all the greatest individuals that I've been around who knew they were great, they were as cool as This is around here we call it man. Not too dedicated, but this is the history of Muhammad Ali in London in 1977. started was pretty clever. Everyone or anyone young that's coming along has got to have mentors like that. You know, not just your family, but a guy like a man like Muhammad Ali, a man like Bob They put me in.
Back to the US, was it because did you run out of money in order to stay in the UK?
I would have not come home today. I would have not come home if I had run out of money. You know, my parents called me and said, okay, we'll send us the college money. But I would have never come back home. When I came home, the reception I got in the Asian community, just how I was communicated with. Yeah, I mean, not many talked to me. Not many drivers had anything to say.
Why do you think that is? Because, I mean, we like to think, and even though motorsport has its own issues in the UK and internationally, we're not attracting enough participation from different backgrounds, things like that. But it seems to be a meritocracy, doesn't it? You're fast enough then you can be coloured purple with white spots. It doesn't matter. If you're quick enough, then you're in. But why is that different? Why was that different in your experience when you went to the sports car and you looked at not
They weren't plumb dumb. Yeah, but then that was you know, you had issues with despite your speed and you ruffled feathers out there, and you had issues with team managers who took it against you, and some teammates as well, death threats. I mean, do you think that was just racial prejudice, pure and simple, or they didn't like no, it would have been that. I mean, no one ever questioned off the body on it. So no one ever questioned AJ's voice. Why? I was jealous. Almost with the devil. And I was pushing back. And so by pushing back, I was bad by not accepting. But I'll be it is fun. I put on. We played in the NFL. So we'd read the letters, the hate letters, and the death threats. We'd have them here, and nearly every one of them was spelling kill. You know, you were spelling kill with one L. It was great to read that. I like good stuff. You know, yeah, but it's so easy. We never got that one wrong.
We're at a point now where we have no choice. We have no choice but to bring each other along and support each other, because if not, we're going to destroy each other. We're going to be like the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs will have lasted longer than we have this and they're pushing people civil that was my pushback. Okay, I'm not going to turn the other cheek, and I'm not going to roll over. I'm going to grind you. I'm going to grind on you. And I'm going to push back. And that's why diamond in the rough, and he took that diamond and polished it up and made it what it is today. And both of them, Ron Dennis and Lewis Hamilton, should be brought before the Queen next week and knighted. Knighted. Take the sword, take the sword, then you kiss on the forehead, knighted.
About diamond in the rough. You know, Bernie saw that kind of thing with you. Saw you equipped. None of us can deny that Bernie likes to make $1 or two. Maybe he saw a commercial opportunity in the US to open up for him in the US, and you were a great way to get into that. But tell me about how you saw your speed in Singapore in 1996, brought you over to Estoril and Costa Rica. So Don flies in, and he was only in Detroit 4 hours. Comes in, gets to the Renaissance Center. I meet his car out in front of the curb. We go up the elevator in front of his room. But before he went to the Bernie's room, there was an ice cream car in the lobby. And Don said,
Bernie's house was gone. So what kind of money did we make? We won 32nd seed. And then Don and they were popping money right away. And so about 15 minutes in the conversation, Bernie said, what are we going to do today? So Bernie is right now bringing it at the end of the year, and we'll do some testing. And Bernie honored his word.
Was it complicated? Was the car difficult to drive? What was that turbo engine like? You see Herbie Blash and Charlie Whiting giving you some advice. And how was it? What kind of lap times did you do?
But when I got there, the first 3 days, 5 days, and so, Herbie did my stuff in the car and all that. But I'll never forget So Nelson comes up to me like, and so, and I understood because, the hardest thing was adapting to how it was. Because I had just come out of a big trip that weighed 1,500 pounds more than the Formula 1. 1,500. So, they everything for the Formula 1. One was the airline. So, it was just adapting to how far. So I thought, okay, well, let me see what these guys are doing. So I jumped in on a motorbike and I went down to turn 1 and I was watching how deep they were taking it into the corner. I mean, that was my first idea of where I needed to do, right? Just get out there and do a little homework. And but once you're in the car, ethnicity other than they wanted, you know, Italian drivers for Italian sponsors. It was the crazy, and that's what Oliver wanted. And I understand. Yeah. Going over Dakota, home of the Formula 1 US Grand Prix. I'll see you there.
Looks like that tire change has paid off. In this race, the ability to adapt is invaluable. Formula 1 on Sky Sports, sponsored by Directo, a system for finance, HR, and planning. You've got the problem. Oh, this is nice. It's a good day. It shows how much energy I
Nice. The cafe, just great tasting coffee. Simple.
At Sky, we believe value is more important than ever, which is why Sky Broadband is guaranteed to work in every room, or money back. You can share your Sky Mobile data with your family. On your Sky, you can access more broadband TV than anywhere else.
Thanks to him and his fellow volunteers, there was a city to wake up to. Discover the untold stories of world material millions of records and bring your backstory to life with Ancestry.
I got to tell you, you know, when any racetrack you go to, whether it's here, Circuit of America, or Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you think how you going to what you're missing and why you're here. What is going to take to be successful? You're driving got back up on the car and did it. I wasn't planning on doing it, but I did it. And ever since then, that's been the Willie T hallmark.
Where I first became aware of you, as well as a lot of British fans, was in the 1993 Indy Series and Indy 500. Of course, Nigel Mansell won the championship and he was the and we all followed him over his exploits in Europe. You know, he was close and he nearly won it in 93. He nearly won it. Love it.
Yeah, man.
Willie, you're back. Willie T, you're back in the game.
Hey,
I love it.
I never left.
You never left. You never left, son. I love it.
I've come out to Dakota for U.S. Grand Prix all one time. And first year that I came in 2012, that was the first race. And Lewis Hamilton won the race. There's so many sports to choose through that are an easier path, right?
And cheaper, I guess.
Talent. And cheaper. Right. That's auto racing is its own animal as a sport, and it takes so much. I was lucky I had something to get me going, but driving the car, get started. Now, $1 trillion from everybody, right? All people buy cars. The manufacturers have a responsibility to make that happen, right? You've got to add it up as well to see that the sport moves progressively the way the world moves.
And also, their kitchens have people who go on to the dumpsters. And you play a part of that, and Lewis plays a part of that. And Lewis is an inspiration for when I get out by young guys,
as a family must be so satisfying. It must be so rewarding for him.
Well, and you know what? It's. I saw it. I saw him. I watched the whole close up on his face and the pride he had, and you could see his eyes were a little watery. And it made me my eyes watery because you could see the look of everything that took the rest of the you gotta have it. And it's a number. It's not
and I mean words are, and he's putting his money where his mouth is as well. The Hamilton Commission, you know, that's his own money he's putting in there to make a change, to make a difference, to encourage kids from all sorts of backgrounds, you know, who wouldn't ordinarily.
empezando muy bien en su primer año con la escudería Mercedes y de momento pues, saliendo a
down towards turn 12, don't forget, so all the slow speed stuff, you should have a bit more grip. You can see the current conditions on the right hand side of your screen. A nice hot day here in Austin, 39 degrees track temp and rising. I'm sure it feels a little bit less humid than 44%. It's such dry air here, so I don't know how really that affects the cars, but this track certainly tests the drivers.
It certainly does. Great support out here for all the drivers. As I said yesterday, Pirelli tyre test in FP2, so you can't really take that into consideration for this weekend because they'll be using next year's tyres. But for the 8th time in 17 non-sprint rounds this year, Ferrari topped both practice sessions. Our Ferrari, the ones to watch out for when it comes to qualifying and it comes to pole position. Bearing in mind, of course, they've never been on pole here at COTA.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, their car looked really strong, even on the prototype tyres yesterday. Despite that, they were always near the sharp end. Charles Leclerc, not on the prototype tyre, headed the way in FP2, but in FP1, the car looked good as well.
Lewis Hamilton just walking from the Mercedes hospitality unit to the garage. There are two people for whom selfies are the most prized assets this weekend. Lewis Hamilton is one of them, Brad Pitt is the other. Have you had your photo taken with Brad Pitt as yet?
I haven't, no.
I've heard he's
seeking him out. Yeah, he's looking for me apparently, so yeah.
For this new movie, he's looking for someone to play the part of a keen young simulator worker to do all the donkey work on a Friday back at the factory. Might be looking for a former world champion to come and play in the film as well. Hello, Jensen Butt.
Hello. How are you doing?
Not bad. Have you had your audition tape sent to Mr. Pitt yet?
I waved at him in the pit lane. He didn't recognise me, so yeah, maybe not. But I'll send my invoice in. Invoice? TV even?
That's Jensen.
I always send an invoice in for everything.
That's the confidence of a world champion. I've got the job already. Yeah, it's in the bag, ladies and gentlemen. Down in the pits, not looking at the pit, Ted Kravitz, how are you?
Very well, David. How are you? Yes, I'm thinking of a new reality programme, Pit in the Pits.
Pit in the
Pits, and it's going to be starring David Croft as David Croft.
Well, he was down at Aston Martin earlier, meeting the team principal and the owner, so Pit and Crack went for a stroll. That, I thought, was a good reality TV show.
Very good, ladies and gentlemen. Your commentator for this weekend. Now, lots of stuff going on, not least the breezy conditions, pushing the cars straight down ahead, down the straightaway. It's right in their faces. It feels like going into turn one, even though the giant flag says it's actually going across and then down towards turn two. But we'll see what the drivers say. But it's going to be a headwind, yes, that was deliberate, for Charles Leclerc, because just waiting to get the parish notices, the confirmation from the FIA that he will indeed start the American Grand Prix, the US Grand Prix, from 10 places back, 5 places back, or even the back of the grid. We're just waiting for the confirmation. But it is a new power unit in the back of this Ferrari, and so there is going to be an effect from where the guy who's been really on the pace so far. Yes, I know it's been confusing as now Carlos Sainz comes out at the same time as Sergio Perez next door at Red Bull. But what's clear is that Red Bull have Ferrari to contend with, but sadly for Charles Leclerc, it looks like it's only going to be Carlos Sainz as regards who starts where at the front of the grid. But that won't stop Charles Leclerc challenging Verstappen for pole later.
Thank you, Ted. Ted has great information down in the pit lane. We're waiting, as he said, for the official notices from the FIA. Basically, until the cars leave the pit lane, they can't be adjudged to have used a new power unit. And then it takes a little while for the pigeon to deliver the parish notices so that we get them here in the commentary box. It ran about 54 minutes yesterday to confirm the penalties, but I'm told we're going to get it even sooner today. We will keep you up to date and give you confirmation as soon as possible. By the looks of it, car number 22, Yuki Tsunoda, not going anywhere in a hurry at the moment. AlphaTauri break the curfew last night for the first time this season. I think they did.
Well, that's going to hurt him because, yeah, as we've spoken about, FP2 was a tyre test. They weren't allowed to do any testing whatsoever, changes to the car, just flying around with 100 kilos of fuel, doing tyre testing. So this is an important session going into qualifying.
That will definitely wipe the smile off of Franz Tost's face, who I met this morning after his impressive run past down the river. And
Franz Tost running by the river.
I saw it at the end of his run. He was looking cool as a cucumber. Yeah, happy, joyous, full of life, and I'm sure he won't be looking like that now.
Who was faster, you or Franz Tost?
I think he's as fast as me. He doesn't hang around.
So he's slow then?
He's very slow, yeah. Easy for you to say.
Well, we're going to go for a run tomorrow, and we'll find out, right?
We'll find out.
Yeah. Nice easy one.
Let's talk about
Let's bring him with us.
Let's change the tack and talk about these runs. Will we be going back into the pits or going straight out for a run with Sergio Perez, second in the championship? As it currently stands, Red Bull have never finished 1 and 2 in the Drivers' Championship. Last 3 wins have all been on street circuits, but boy, would he love to win here. And next week as well in Mexico City, his home Grand Prix. Checo just making his way round Andretti as we speak, the final corner. Hopefully we're going to get a full lap in, so take it away, Ant.
Yeah, as you head up the hill, it's quite bumpy here still on the old surface. You pick your braking point, the markers are on the right-hand side. It's always tricky to balance the car as it goes up and over the crest. There's a bump there as well for good measure. Blinded on the exit by the fall of the circuit. Now onto the new tarmac through turn 2, into turn 3, carry the speed, lift off more than you really need in turn 4 to help open up 5 and 6. Keep the flow going there. The tailwind behind the car will be making it feel quite unstable at this section. Turn 7, compromise the exit of that one to help turn 8 and into 9. early on the throttle, as early as you can, to help your speed through turn 10 as you come here, back onto the old surface for turn 11. You've noticed the change of grip, much less grip into this corner. We saw a lot of understeer actually on his outlap through that one before. You watch out for the DRS line. There it is, just past us. If he's using DRS in this lap, it'll be open now. Heads down towards turn 12, bring the car to the right-hand side. You see the braking marker boards on the right, brake just around the 100-meter board. Down through the gears into third gear, it should be there. Then back on the throttle, bring it over to the left-hand side to open up turn 13. Be patient with the car here, especially on power through 14, that kink there to the right. Missed the first two apexes to the left to meet the apex at turn 15, where Martin was standing yesterday on the inside of that corner, really highlighted how slow and patient the drivers have to be to connect the car. A little bit compromised there from the slow-moving Aston Martin for turn 19. On the power as early as you can there, avoiding too much of the curb before the final corner, the Andretti corner, newly named for this year. And that's a lap of this 3.5-mile circuit. 37.6, good lap.
Yeah, lap's about a second ahead of Carlos Sainz, even allowing for the difference in tyre compound.
Yeah, that's not bad at all, first lap out of the pits. And Anthony, I must say, very impressive. This is not an easy circuit, is it, to talk about?
Not to talk about, no. I mean, it happens pretty thick and fast. You can barely keep up with where they're placing the cars. Leclerc now pips Perez by 1.5 tenths. A good lap by him, but maybe just Perez was missing that time in turn 19. I don't think he could quite get the car back to the right-hand side enough before it.
And Charles Leclerc with a brand new engine in the back of the car should
Always
get
helps.
the benefits. What would you reckon of the differences in horsepower? Brand new engine to one that's maybe been used 3 or 4 races?
3 or 4 races, well, it depends, 3 or 4. If it's more 4, then it can be 10 to 15 horsepower in some of the engines out there.
Wow. But you got to think percentage-wise, that's tiny. 1,000 horsepower.
You wouldn't say no, though.
No, you wouldn't say no, but it is tiny. Max Verstappen goes P2. Great to see them so close, isn't it?
Isn't it just? Was that a cougar on the side of Daniel Ricciardo's crash helmet there? Is that the Ricky Bobby cougar on the side of his helmet?
I was looking away from the screen. I saw it at the corner of my eye.
Big fan of Talladega Nights.
He is, isn't he? Just want to go fast.
Was it you?
That's on his helmet, so I guess it is.
It is. Was it you that coined the Ricky Bobby phase?
Yes, it was, actually.
Yeah. Ricky Bobby. Right, George
Russell backing out of this one. Looked like he went a little bit wide. He got the car get out of shape in the middle of turn 1. He's properly backed out of it now already.
This shows you how hot the tyres are getting around the circuit, though. Their outlaps and their cooldown laps are unbelievably slow.
Yeah.
Which makes it tricky for a car flying around here, because there are a lot of blind exits.
And struggling a bit with the tailwind, says Sergio Perez, which the minute we saw, there it is in the background, that giant flag blowing in the wind, we got the feeling it was blowing the wrong way once again for the drivers.
Yeah, we do quite a bit of this in the simulator sometimes, playing around with the wind, the strength of the wind, the direction. And all of the teams look at this before coming to a race weekend these days. They see where the wind's going to be through each day, and they can run it through their simulations. It's fascinating to see which corners you gain the grip and where the car becomes really unstable. And that's something that they would have talked about and felt before even coming here. And they'll have drivers back at base, having tested last night after the running in FP1 and FP2.
Who was doing all the Ferrari simulations last night? I wonder if...
Ferrari, I don't know who that...
If Robert Schwartzman and Antonio Giovinazzi were both here.
I think they have, is it Fuoco as well?
Okay.
He does a lot of their sim running.
Mick Schumacher. Now, this is not Mick Schumacher going slowly there on purpose. What's happened to his Haas car? See how breezy it is. There's a carrier bag and it's blown onto the track. You don't want to get one of those caught in your brake ducts, because they're going to start overheating very, very swiftly. Good to Steiner watching on. Has he recovered the problem now?
He's got a bit more pace underneath him, still going slowly, but yeah, I don't think it's a box issue or something. Looking around, just making sure that it's safe to turn into the apex of turn 1. But this is exactly what he doesn't need right now at this point in his career, does he? When he's
well, it's a shootout, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mick Schumacher, Nico Hulkenberg, and he's the one in the seat that can do something to influence the decision.
Nico can't do anything wrong.
Okay, I can't, dogs.
Yeah, understood. Just go slow for now, get feedback, watch cars behind.
I didn't hear him change gear when we were riding on board there, wondering if it's a gearbox issue or hydraulics issue with the car. And I think that message was because he had already gone around the last corner and you can't peel back into the pit lane, and he's got the message when he's on the straight. He didn't know whether to stop the car or not. Let's listen to this.
Yeah, it's not cheap.
That's got to be the worst place possible for an incident like that to happen, because he's gone 70 metres beyond the pit lane entrance. No chance.
It also sounds like he's tried to change gear about 5 or 6 times there to try and get it into something that works.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good. Mick Schumacher's just made his way through turn 11, going down the back straight at the moment. So let's look at Valtteri Bottas in the Alfa Romeo. 9 races without scoring currently. It's his longest pointless streak since 2013. You might remember that season. His only points finish came here as a Williams driver. Came 8th in that 2013 US Grand Prix and pulled off some pretty decent overtaking.
I'll tell you what. Sorry, Cross, he was definitely placing the car in all the right places through the high speed there. Despite the tailwind and the drivers fighting it in that section of the track, it looked pretty on point, and yeah, like he's got nice balance in that Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, lovely, didn't it?
Yeah, it's good. A little bit of understeer is just what you want through there. Not too pointy in the mid-corner part where you need the rear support of the car, but you definitely need the front to be there when you first turn in. And that looks like what he had, maybe running lighter fuel at this stage, who knows, but he definitely had it pointing where he wanted.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, won the 2019 race from pole here, knows where to put the car over a single lap and can translate that into a win.
Yeah, we've never disputed that, have we?
No,
in all his time alongside Lewis as a brilliant reference, he would out-qualify him on a fairly regular basis, you'd have to say.
It was just his overuse of the tyres, a slight too much throttle, too much wheel spin during the course of a race that often gave him a performance in a race that wasn't akin to his one-lap style. 7th fastest for Valtteri Bottas, 1 second off the pace.
Yeah, had a bit of a weak middle sector, didn't he? I don't think that was to do with traffic out on track. He did hit the apex curve of turn 9, which would have unsettled him through 10, but no, the car looked good out there, but it is a little bit nervous. They're running these cars so stiff now, aren't they? The low-speed corners, especially if you touch a curb, it really is reactive.
I think also on the exit of turn 13 through 14, the car had a bit of a snap on him, so the car looked like he was working better in the high speed, unlike the Ferrari just there. Is that Leclerc? Yeah, the car stepped out a bit through turn 7. I think he had a moment there yesterday as well, where he almost spun the car. He went off the circuit.
We know what we need to do to fix it. Make us a quick 15 minutes and we'll get back out.
Quick 15 minutes in an FP3 session. That's not as quick as Mick Schumacher would like it, I'm sure.
If there's ever a track that you needed the track time, it's here. And he's already missed out on some, so...
What's a slow 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Don't know.
I think it would feel slow to Mick Schumacher.
Max Verstappen, purple in the first sector.
Charles Leclerc in the middle sector's put a 39.1. Let's see where Max Verstappen heads with that. It's a 10th off Sergio Perez, who had the best time in the middle sector before Verstappen put in a 38.8.
Yeah, he's 4.5 tenths up after the first 2 sectors. See what he can do if he can put it all together. A couple of corners from here, we've had a long right hand. This is easy, flat with low fuel and soft tyres. This left is very tricky, second to last corner. Just keeps it on the track and on the white line. Through Andretti. This is a tough corner. You've done everything right until this point, and it's very easy to get greedy with the throttle. But no, good lap. He lost a bit of time there in the last sector, but that was to Charles, who had just gone P1.
Yeah, so just under 4/10 the advantage. Max Verstappen over Charles Leclerc. Sergio Perez 6/10 back. Then comes Carlos Sainz, and then Esteban Ocon currently running 5th for Alpine. George Russell, Valtteri Bottas, Zhou Guanyu, Bottas' teammate at Alfa Romeo, and Kevin Magnussen, the only 9 drivers with a time so far.
Surprising, isn't it? Only 9 cars, and this is a very representative session of qualifying, really. You know, the wind direction and the temperature and what have you.
I mean, you'd have thought they'd have wanted to have got out as much as possible, but they did quite a bit of running yesterday. And this stage of the season, you have to watch engine mileage, engine reliability, and that can be a limiting factor as to how many laps you can go and do on the track.
No, exactly. But yeah, it's such a shame for them. They're like, oh, we have to go and do all these laps for tyre testing, and they're not actually learning anything from it. So, yeah.
New power units for this event. Ted was right. Charles Leclerc gets a new internal combustion engine and gets a new turbocharger as well, so gets grid places for that. And Fernando Alonso, a new internal combustion engine for him. Jenson Button has a can of water, ladies and gentlemen. You might have heard him opening it in the background there.
I know I'm supposed to turn my microphone off. I like the sound so much.
So does everyone watching around the world too. Join Jensen in a tinny. I think that is the catchphrase. Hashtag tinny with Jensen.
Catchy.
It's not bad. Alonso with a new internal combustion engine as well. Not a surprise. I think Alpine were hinting at the last race that because of recent unreliability problems with this man on the screen now, a new combustion engine was coming.
They've got the speed in the car, but not the reliability. So a fresh power unit in the back of that, like you say, Crofty, hopefully will serve them well this weekend in terms of race pace. But it's obviously going to do you harm in the long run, because reliability has been their Achilles heel. They've brought another upgrade to this circuit with their floor as he goes fourth fastest, a good lap. So yeah, the car clearly hasn't beat the pace, and Alonso's driving fantastically well as always.
Led a lap, Fernando Alonso in Suzuka. First driver from outside Red Bull, Mercedes or Ferrari to lead a lap in 2022. And only 3 drivers in the last 52 years have been older than Fernando Alonso and led a race. Michael Schumacher in 2011, Nigel Mansell in 1994, and Jacques Lafitte in 1986. Ted Kravitz, let's head down to you in a bit.
Excellent stat, love it. Right,
thank you.
Just a little bit of engine chat. So, yeah, so turbos, that was always, or historically has been, one of the issues that Ferrari have had with their power unit this year with the turbocharger. But Leclerc doing putting a new engine itself, the internal combustion engine itself, into the pool. Who's to say whether that will be it for the season? We kind of thought the last series of engine penalties that they might be able to go to the end of the season. But what it does mean for Ferrari, of course, is that they can keep developing this engine, because they can point to reliability and say, look, we've had these failures, we have to change things. In an era where everybody else has to, you can't improve the engine. There's a general performance cap on it in terms of development. You are allowed to change your engine to remedy reliability problems for your cost savings. And that's what Ferrari have managed to do. They said, look, this is unreliable, we're changing it, this is why we're able to do that.
Yeah, engines are frozen, but for reliability reasons you can keep correcting the problem, and often with that correction comes a little bit of performance improvement.
Maybe. So that's, well, inherently, it's a stronger engine, so Ferrari will be well serviced by that. In fact, on engines, just want to point to something else Lewis Hamilton said about engines after free practice 2 yesterday. He really pointed towards the eco-fuel, the part of the eco-fuel this year, the 10% ethanol, as for being the reason why Mercedes engine isn't as good as it used to be, which I thought was interesting. It's the first time I've heard that, Crofty.
Well, it doesn't surprise me at all. Each team that develops its own engine has its own fuel provider, will work with that fuel provider to come up with a fuel that is custom made, as it were, for that particular engine. Now, we've gone to E10 this year, 10% ethanol, and that doesn't burn quite as intensely, because there's less oxygen in it, as the other 90%. So it's been, in terms of the fuel providers, a bit of a battleground to come up with a fuel that actually delivers as much horsepower performance as can possibly made. And look, some will get it right and some will get it less right on that one, and maybe the hint from Lewis is that at Petronas they need to still be working a bit on it, and that's technology that will keep working and keep improving. And I think, as far as I'm aware, the fuels will need signing off in the next month or so, because some of them will need to be freighted around the world in time for Bahrain and testing next year.
So is it the same E10 next year, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we get another jump before 2026?
I don't think we do.
Tyres, the softy's only there for 1 lap, but yep, no try to improve that.
Copy, understood.
So expect a lot of slow out laps and in laps, and I hope they're not going to go too slow, because it can get a bit congested around that final sector.
No, it is ever so punishing on the tyres around this track, and you give them so much stick through the first sector alone, and then you arrive in the second and third sector and you're wishing that maybe you'd taken things a little bit easier, but a lot of speed, a lot of lap time is made in the first sector, so it is definitely a compromise.
Alex Albon, there's a golf simulator in the paddock. Alex Albon was Instagramming the other day, why have we brought my partner Sport to the Formula One paddock? And as much as he's trying to improve his golf over the last 12 months, I don't think he could compete.
What? He did, though.
Isn't he top of the leaderboard?
No, Lando Norris beat him.
Oh, did he? But he's up there. He must be second then.
Yeah, to Lando.
Oh, so when I'd seen
he's
it,
done well.
he wasn't.
Right. Well, things move quickly, properly in Formula One.
You've been hanging around near the golf simulator, you see, because that's where the Sky Pad is.
Yeah.
Jensen and I, we've been down at Williams for barbecue instead. Oh, it was good at lunchtime, wasn't it? Charles Leclerc will follow this lap to the end.
What a great view.
If you think it's nice and smooth in the cockpit, think again. You can hear the wind buffeting around, can't you?
Yeah. See how they take a very wide line and look for it. Turn 15, there we go. Meet the apex there. He just checks the right-hand side quickly to see where he runs the car out to. Flat out through turn 16, 17, 18. Few bumps there. Bring the car to turn 19, understeers its way through as you head back towards a headwind for the final corner. The Andretico on the rear just stepped out as soon as he tried to turn in, and he quickly corrected that. Blink and you missed it, and the fastest final sector for him.
It's a really good lap by Charles Leclerc, 6 100ths of a second off Max Verstappen. It's Verstappen, Leclerc, and Sainz, Perez, and Alonso. Two of those top five, though, Leclerc and Alonso, taking engine penalties this weekend.
Something's wrong with the brake pedal. Copy.
Something is wrong with the brake pedal, says Daniel Ricciardo. Whether it had just gone long and he wasn't feeling the response from the pedal or not, I don't know.
Yeah, it's the worst thing for a racing driver when something doesn't feel right with the brake.
Meanwhile, Fernando Alonso, what's happened to him in this tricky final sector?
Once it goes the rear there, you do not get it back. Even though Fernando tried his best to, you overheat the tyres immediately.
And more wheel-to-wheel action. Pushing the limits of what F1 can do. Pushing the limits of what your data can do.
This is EE Full Fiber Broadband, and it can connect 100 devices in your home.
Is that live?
It can even handle landing a plane at the same time.
3,000 feet.
Pretty impressive, huh? This is EE Full Fiber Broadband, powered by BT.
Progress is a race that has no end. Because after every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we increase efficiency? How can we optimize performance? How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Aramco, one of the world's leading energy and chemicals companies, a proud partner of the Aston Martin Formula One team. Together, we aim to drive the development of more efficient engines, advanced fuels and lubricants, and non-metallic materials. Our joint R&D efforts aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuels target by 2025. Discover how we're driving progress on the track and on the road. Aramco, powered by How.
Anyone can fall victim to a scam, but the Bank of Antandek is innovating to keep customers safe.
Introducing fraud detecting Scammerpants.
That warn customers.
Stop! Scammer time!
Watch what happens when Ant gets a scam text.
You can't touch this. Why? Scams seem real, it's hard.
Makes me say, oh my lord.
Scams and fraud stressing me.
Put my mind on crime and my money.
Feels bad when a scam goes down.
Stop and think, turn frowns upside down.
You don't need to say much,
cause it's a counter
you can't touch. I told you, scam boy, you can't touch this. Stop! Scammer time! Woo!
90% off designer sunnies.
Oh, get me some.
Stop! Scammer time!
Meanwhile, Santander takes scams very seriously and advises you to stop and think before parting with money or personal details.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
Is the time for debate.
9 p.m.
Time for discussions.
Net zero news.
Time for answers.
The evidence is there.
Time to join the conversation.
I really hate it.
To try and make sense of issues that affect you.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
Is the soundtrack to your weeknights on Sky News.
Robotnik is back. The world is doomed.
It's time to say goodbye to humanity.
Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Available now on Sky Cinema.
Daniel, everything looks normal in data on brakes.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you give any more information?
Just feels like it's just like really stiff, like it's at the end of travel, and there's no bite.
So a detailed explanation from Daniel Ricciardo to Tom Stannard, his race engineer. Ted Kravitz down at McLaren and can give us more, Ted.
And potentially a detailed solution. Wiggle around the brake pedal, see if that helps. Because they're starting to, well, they're building a slightly human wall here in front of our camera. So you can just about see, or they were a second ago, cameras, the camera can see the mechanic's arm right up to his elbow, sorting out the pedal and the pedal box. So, of course, when McLaren can see all the data, all the loading, the hydraulic pressure that's going to the calipers, and everything on the brakes looks okay, then they're sort of thinking, well, maybe there is something wrong with the pedal, maybe there's something wrong with the actuator after it and the cylinders. But that's what they're having a look at. Probably Daniel's putting his knees up so his feet aren't in the way, and it looks like he's going to be stuck in the garage for a few minutes yet. So a little bit of unreliability coming in, as well as the McLaren, certainly in terms of Lando's hands, Crofty, not very quick so far on his qualifying run on soft tyres a bit earlier on.
Let's find out more. Ted, thank you very much. Andreas Seidel is with us live from the McLaren pit wall. Andreas, it wasn't the best lap from Lando. Are there reasons behind that?
No, of course, the initial run. Checking some of the changes we did to the car overnight to see if we can make a step. And I think we still need to wait a bit how the rest of the session goes.
So what changes did you have to make to the car overnight from yesterday's running?
Yeah, I expected the question. As always, some mechanical changes and some changes on the aerodynamic configuration of the car. It was quite detailed.
But not detailed enough, really. Where were you losing performance then?
To be honest, with the tyre testing yesterday in the afternoon, I guess everyone only had really very limited information on what to do for today. We saw some things that we wanted to improve based on Daniel's feedback as well, and Daniel's feedback which we did today on the cars. We had a very important session today in the morning, even with these tricky conditions here. It's quite windy today, where you have to get a lot of testing in, which you would normally do on Friday and Saturday because of the tyre testing yesterday in the afternoon.
A necessary evil, that tyre test. Pirelli need you teams to be doing that, but should we be doing that at a Grand Prix weekend, because you were all hampered a little bit in terms of what you can do ahead of this weekend's race?
To be honest, we were fully supportive of doing these tests. I mean, in the end, we are in this together. It's important that we help Pirelli to make their product, which is already a good one, as we have seen so far this season, even more robust, even more performing, and therefore, like I said, the race weekend you have ideal conditions, you have all 20 cars running, and so we're actually good with that. In the end, it's the same limitation for everyone in terms of missing out on learning for the rest of the race weekend, and therefore it's fair, and we're okay with that.
Andreas, this Anthony here. Is that the tyre test? Does it help in regards to cost cap as well? Is that another reason why it was taking place under a race weekend as opposed to an actual separate test somewhere else?
I think it's mainly down to the fact that if you would do any additional tests at the moment with the schedule we're all in already, it's pretty much not possible, and therefore in terms of logistics, also in terms of protecting our people, it simply makes sense to do it as part of a race weekend with all teams, and maximize also the information for Pirelli to collect in order to make the next steps on the tyre development.
Hey Andreas, it's Jensen. So watching the runs at the moment, it looks like the soft tyre is only lasting one lap. Does that make it difficult for you guys to strategize for qualifying?
Yeah, I think I've seen here already yesterday, not just with the soft tyres. They die pretty quickly here. And therefore will be very interesting the tyre choice every team will do for qualifying. How many soft sets do you want to have ready in order to do the shots, keeping in mind the ideal selection for the race tomorrow as well. So it will be very interesting what everyone is using now, and then I have a picture of what everyone is doing moving forward.
Brilliant. Thanks, Andreas. Best of luck for the rest of today. We'll speak to you in qualifying a little bit later on. Alex Albon out on the track for Williams, getting a new teammate next year. We knew that. Going to be Logan Sargent revealed today by Jos Capito. As long as Logan gets the required super license points, and I think he has to stay in the top 6 of the championship by the season end in Abu Dhabi in F2 to be able to get enough super license points.
I thought it was top 3.
Okay.
But you're probably right.
I've read top 6.
You know your facts much better than I do.
That's what I read.
Okay. While we were talking to Andreas there, we had Lewis Hamilton go to the top of the pile, P1, and then very quickly Perez took his place.
So 1/10 of a second between Perez and Hamilton. Would it have been top 3, but now he's going to do the young driver test? Does he get more super license points for that? I'm not quite sure, but I'd read it that it's unlikely that he's not going to get the points, put it that way.
Which is great.
And Williams would be a bit silly to announce it if it was unlikely that he was going to get the super license points. But yeah, the man Jos Capito on your screen now gave that information at this morning's press conference, and no, it's going to be fantastic to welcome Logan Sargent. He's certainly got the pace, but there's a lot of hard work ahead as he heads to the to the grids for 2023. Welcome to our viewers on Sky Sports main event. We are halfway through this final practice session on the day that is 16 years since Fernando Alonso clinched his second world title at the 2006 Brazilian Grand Prix, and on the day that Mick Schumacher is realising that 15 minutes is quite a long time to wait in the garage. He's got an issue that the team have needed to fix, and he has been in that garage for quite some time. Ted Kravitz has got news on their progress. Ted.
It's episode 3 of Pit in the Pits. And down at Haas, Brad is finding the gearbox fix to Mick Schumacher's car rather more difficult than he expected. Yeah, are we believing this? Pit in the Pits?
Pit in the Pits. I'm liking this. Go to Aston Martin. You can do proper Pit in the Pits.
Okay, well, I'll do episode 4 of Pit in the Pits if I go to Aston Martin. But yeah, it involved Mick Schumacher's gearbox fix, involved taking the floor off and actually getting to, well, I don't know what he was getting to. I'd like to think, given that the engineer there at Haas explained that it was going to be a quick fix, was just some sort of electronic control box, something that wasn't involved with the hardware of the gearbox itself, because that gearbox has stayed on the car. But anyway, time is ticking away, and they're just about, it looks like 5 minutes off finishing the job. So hopefully Mick will be out soon to do some more learning. Can't say the same for Zhou Guanyu, Crofty, who has been stuck in the Alfa Romeo Sauber garage as well, with a problem that they are investigating as well. Team radio.
Daniel, can you confirm you're happy with the brakes?
Yeah, I think it feels okay now.
Good.
And we can see the pedal cam with Daniel Ricciardo. Can't really see the braking going on there as we head our way around the track.
Is that his foot? Yeah, it is. Look at his foot when he comes off the brake. How much it wobbles around.
Yeah, we noticed it. I think it was at Spa as well, where he didn't realise that he takes his foot completely off from the pedal.
Wow, I've never seen that before. Look at it moving around.
Have you got one in Lando Norris's car as well? Because I'd like to see what Lando Norris does with his foot.
I've never seen one. Yeah, I've never seen one as a comparison, but apparently Daniel was unaware that his foot was doing that. He completely takes it away from the pedal. I guess it makes sense. You don't want any kind of trail braking at all at any point.
But what I'm getting at is braking has been the issue for Daniel Ricciardo with this McLaren car. And I'd love to see what Lando's doing with his feet. and whether it's something completely different.
Vincent's in fits of laughing.
It's just hilarious. Look at it. What's he doing? It's not that funny. It is. Look at it. Look at it moving around. And because it's under load, and that's when you see it moving a lot. Like he's going through a high-speed corner now, and there's so much movement there. I mean, his leg must be getting so tired.
He's so easily abused.
I know. The little things.
It's like he's been line dancing last night. He can't stop. He's got the groove and he can't stop moving.
He has. Yeah.
There goes again.
Look at it go.
But usually you run the shrouding, don't you, on the pedals
Yeah, you
to
do.
stop all of that going on.
So either side of the pedal you would have a shroud so that your foot doesn't fall off of the pedal and fall onto the throttle or wherever.
Do you reckon he's taking his foot so far away from the brake that it's allowing it to move past the shrouding?
But then your shin, it must be an agony, no? Moving it that far away from the pedal. But anyway, it works for him.
We need to do more of this on the Sky Fan, analysing what's going on there.
Can you imagine if we
using Daniel as a reference?
If we found out his reason why he's been struggling in McLaren with something. But we take like a Red Bull camera from back in the day with the pedal box.
Yeah, I can test him.
And it wasn't doing that in the Red Bull. Aha! We've found the problem.
Yes.
All the combined brains down at McLaren, and somehow you two have come up with the answer.
We know our stuff. What can I say?
Well, yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what I meant, David. Fernando Alonso on his way to the final corner. Thank you, Karun Chandok. It is top 6 for Logan Sargent in the F2 Championship by the end of the season, and he's got his super license points. So here comes Fernando Alonso, and for all of you who have tweeted in to say, is that flag real? Yes, it is. It's new for this year, and it's mighty impressive.
It's big.
Yeah, it certainly is. They've got a Stars and Stripes, and I think they've got a Texan flag somewhere that's blowing in the winds too. Alonso.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is in the distance. Full commitment for Fernando Alonso through this high-speed section.
Wow, but he's really having to back out of it. You see the rear just trying to come round through turn 7.
Oh, and a big understeer there.
And that's all the wind's doing that. This as well. The wind pushing behind the car. It's effectively limiting the amount of downforce that the wings can generate.
He's actually down on his vest through that first sector. It did look a bit messy towards the end of it, doesn't it? And now we've got the long drag down the back straight, which will have a side wind most likely, right? Which will make it difficult when he's turning into turn 12.
Yeah, it should be. You see the graphic on the screen on the brakes, then just feather the throttle momentarily before getting back on it for turn 13. We lift off again, understeering his way through there. This is where he had the moment before, wasn't it, with the rear all over the place.
Bit twitchy again.
Yeah. Car does not look stable in the slow speed. Traction doesn't look great. Now look at the G that he pulled through turn 16, 17. Static at 4.1 G through there. 4 times your body weight. Towards the Andretti corner, final corner. It just looks a little bit too much hard work for him. And it's either understeering or snapping with oversteer. It's not a great balance.
Yeah, they're struggling to get more than one quick lap out of the tyre, but also the degradation looks massive, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They described yesterday's running as a good day, the Alpine team. I'm not quite sure it was, and I think they've had much better days at the track. There's one man and his dog watching on.
I think Fernando's going to be puffing and panting more than that dog was by the time he brings it back to the pits.
Meanwhile, Kevin, you don't want to be out there. That's going to get you a track limits infringements. We have grid penalties this weekend. Just to remind you, for Sergio Perez and Zhou Guan Yu, add Fernando Alonso to that list for 5 places on the grid and 10 places for Charles Leclerc, who's taken a turbocharger and an internal combustion engine as new and over your allocation of 3.
But this chart is of that so soft. His chance has an issue, is now running on high fuel.
Nice that we know he's running on high fuel, Carlos.
Yeah, clears that up. Another disparity out there as well. Lewis Hamilton in P2 at this stage, George Russell down in P10. Looks like he's struggling a little bit. He's on an outlap now. Wonder where that time difference is coming from.
Or because of yesterday in the tyre test in FP2, Mercedes have had to split things in the way that Ferrari are splitting things, and one's doing low fuel, one's doing high fuel.
Well, I think Lewis, I'll look at the data, but I think Lewis put a new set of tyres on to do the 36.6.
Yeah.
Correct? I don't think George has had that run yet.
It'll all work its way out
this is
by
George
the end.
now,
Is this
isn't it?
George's
Yeah.
new tyre run, do we reckon?
End of his outlet, they look shiny edges. It's nice we have that as a telltale now, isn't it? So here we go then. Let's see what George can do. On the run up towards turn 1, the car hits the deck just slightly. See the sparks fly momentarily. Too aggressive on the power exit of turn one. Immediately he has to back out of it.
He's left an inch of rubber on the track.
So is that the second time George has had to back out, or the second time Mercedes has had to back out very quickly
It was
into
George
a
as
lap?
well.
It was George,
before
wasn't
he
it?
backed out that very part of the track. But I mean, that was really extreme.
Yeah. I mean, he's come out of turn one like Lightning McQueen there.
Yeah, and he knows he's got to back out of it. Even if he lost only half a tenth there,
Obviously,
it destroys the rest of that sector.
Let's have a look on board. I mean, it's obviously a corner that's so hard to feel the grip as you go up and over that crest. You got the bump. He's gone a bit wide there, actually, to start with. Yeah, I think it was just slightly offline. I mean, you don't necessarily have to meet the curb in that corner. It's a bit of a weird one, but he's getting no traction on that curb.
And he got greedy, didn't he?
Yeah,
Got excited. I need to get on the throttle now.
Yeah.
So George Russell having to back out of the lap, and he'll go around again, try and cool those tyres down and get them into a decent shape to attack it once more. Looks like that tyre change is paying off.
In this race, the ability to adapt is invaluable.
Formula One on Sky Sports, sponsored by Workday, a system for finance, HR and planning.
Accenture. Let there be change.
AWS helped F1 push the limits of their next generation car. Data analytics powered thousands of simulations, revolutionizing aerodynamic analysis to achieve less turbulence, closer racing, and more wheel-to-wheel action. Pushing the limits of what F1 can do. Pushing the limits of what your data can do.
What do I want? I want to be taken on a velvety journey to discover a punchy, molasses-imbued nuttiness engulfed by a sublime white cloud of silk, delicately nestling atop an orchestra of flavor.
Dave! So, a cappuccino? Ah, is that the smaller one?
Flat white.
Yeah, flat white. Freshly ground Arabica beans and organic milk. Ooh, nice. McCafe, just great tasting coffee. Simple.
It's finally here. The new iPhone 14 Pro, the ultimate iPhone. Get it on EE, the UK's best network, and it's the stuff that dreams are made of.
Check this out, guys.
This display, so beautiful.
If you're gonna dream big, people, with the best iPhone yet on the UK's best network.
Welcome to Lidl, where this big shop will cost you far less than Tesco. When everything seems to be going up, we keep our prices Lidl, so you could save on family favourites and all the essentials, and grab big brands without breaking the bank. Switch from Tesco to Lidl and save over £30 on this big shop. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price.
I am not like them or the others. Don't back down, I don't run for cover. I'm a boss, top dog, no time for beginners. Only winners, and the crowd goes. I go faster.
Bold design. Innovative technology. Impossible to pigeonhole. The award-winning Vauxhall Mooker Electric. Unbox yourself.
Take you to the future.
We use the internet to do all sorts of stuff, but parents seem really worried sometimes about what we're doing online and whether it's good for us or might be bad for us. They think we're glued to our phones or shouldn't be playing that one game, even though all our mates are. If only they knew about Internet Matters, where parents can find safety advice about everything techie and internety. Free tailored advice for every family. InternetMatters.org.
Just seen George Russell go 6th fastest on his best lap so far. Lewis Hamilton is a 10th off Sergio Perez. There's a new set of tyres on and is going for it. I say new set of tyres, they were, but this isn't his first flying lap on them.
No, he's done half the sector, hasn't he? Pushing, and then done a really, really slow lap to get them into the working range again. Nice exit through there.
I like watching him drive this track. He drives it in a way that I wish I could always have driven it. It's like, oh, that's what I should have been doing.
What? I used to have his data, and I still think it around here.
So what does he do that you two didn't do then?
He can drive the car very pointy around here, and he attacks corners really well. So yeah, it was something I always struggled to do. And around here, it's not about just perfectly hitting all the apexes and what have you.
Again, a bit too wide as well, that lockup.
But again, I don't think he would have lost much time there. He has lost a little bit of time, but you know, you've got to be a little bit scrappy in places and just wring its neck, and I just couldn't do that.
It's that type of track, Crofty, where the more you attack it and are happy to have the car moving around at high speed, you're rewarded with the lap time.
Yeah.
And it's another one of those corners when in the race, say on Sunday, when the car starts to and it's gone wide and until it's stuff like that where he's quite happy to overdrive the car. But in a track like this, I always found it hard to overdrive it and get to that point. If you underdrive this track, you're just never going to quite exploit it.
It's a bit like the four-wheeled equivalent of a rodeo bull. Then you've got to be in charge.
Yeah,
the car's going to do things you don't want it to do.
It's intimidating,
but you've got to be in charge and react to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is his strongest circuit. Really, personally, I think this and then Silverstone, I would say. I mean, George has been with him all year, but I think here he will struggle to.
But even more so than a Hungaroring or a Silverstone or a Melbourne, I think this is his really strong one.
Yeah, well, just knowing him for 3 years that we worked together, this was the one that really stood out. Definitely not Australia. It was more here and Silverstone.
It's funny because Australia is traditionally more of a sort of front limited track, understeery circuit, and quite often on those type of tracks as well, Bottas would sometimes have the advantage. So at Sochi as well, another track that was front limited, and here is Bottas on the screen. But Lewis is just happy to have a car that is on the nose. By that I mean that the car is pointy and the front is there for you, and you have to just deal with the rear end moving around.
Deal with the bull trying to kick you off and react to it. Right, Ted. Down at, talking of bulls, Red Bull.
What's the time, Mr. Croft?
It's dinner time. No, that was before.
It's quarter to the end of free practice 3, and therefore my favourite time of the weekend, because enough of the practice Michigas, it's time for the qualifying simulations. Yes, we've seen Max Verstappen just go out on fresh soft tyres. Yes, we've seen the Ferraris go out on fresh soft tyres. Yes, we've seen Mick Schumacher, well, he's about to go out, the car is fixed. He's about to go out on fresh soft tyres. So let's see, this is where we get to see some answers. Are Red Bull comfortably in front? Do Ferrari have an argument for them? And how quickly and how close could Lewis Hamilton and George Russell get in the Mercedes? So yeah, let's see. We've got to this point, Crofty, 2:47 local time here in Texas. We've got almost the whole show. We haven't even mentioned cost caps. Oh dear, there I go.
Oh shit, mentioned it once, didn't have got away with it. There's been a lot of chat about that. We've asked the questions, we've reported it, we will carry on reporting it. Ted, my theory is when the cars are on the track, less cap, more
watch
track.
Watch our pre-qualifying show for all you need to know about the cost cap shenanigans.
Absolutely, and Ant and Carlos Sainz and someone else who sounds like Carlos Sainz as well at the Skypad. Say no more, but it's hilarious. Well done, Ant. 2 Carlos Sainz for the price of 1. Valtteri Bottas goes 7th fastest. Lewis Hamilton, you're talking about the track evolution and not really evolving at the moment and getting a bit slower, gents. Lewis Hamilton out there, a bit scruffy, but he's learning, isn't he, the wind conditions. Look at the flag, look at the breeze. It's beautiful in the commentary box, can't feel the breeze, the aircon's barely working, but out on that track, it's blowing a gale.
Flag? What flag? Didn't see it.
Either of them. But I think just being out there on the track at the moment, this could be qualifying conditions too.
Yeah.
And we could be in for a qualifying where one big gust of wind can cost you. or even aid you if it's blowing in the right way.
Yeah, that's why you can't be looking for the, as it's just happened with Mick there.
Well, it's interesting, sorry, Jed, to butt in there, it's interesting to see that Mick Schumacher knew out there, and he's immediately caught out in turn 12 big time, completely off the track, whereas the others they're making the small mistakes in 12, but that really caught him out.
Yeah, no, exactly. And you can't be going out there looking for the perfect lap in terms of lines, as I was saying. You've got to be a bit scruffy, be happy with it being a bit scruffy, and just doing the best of what you have.
These lap times are going to get deleted if the drivers do this.
Without question. Yeah, and they've been quiet until now.
Yeah, because
they let them do
only
it.
practice.
Yeah. But when it comes to qualifying, the same rule will apply that it has been. It's been there all year. Both these race directors that we have this season.
Well, no, not anymore. Just the one now.
Just the one now. Very strict on, and has been all season long, with the track limits, the white line. Defines the edge of the circuit, and if you go all four wheels over it, you get your lap time.
It's quite tricky out there.
Yeah, maybe pushing the braking zone a little bit too hard into turn 1.
And that's new tyres as well for Max Verstappen, so rather ruin things right at the first corner. Yes, so far this season, Eduardo Freitas, Niels Wittich have shared race director duties. What will happen for the rest of the year now is Niels Wittich will take over. And I think that's the right decision, I really do. You need consistency and one person as a race director. Otherwise, someone as experienced as Eduardo Freitas comes in with his own views that might not be the views we had the week before.
But at least in terms of the track limits, they've both sang the same tune on that one and been pretty consistent. Right, Max Verstappen, immediately caught out, trying to get on power. When you see a driver like him making mistakes like that, you know it's tough out there.
It doesn't fill you full of confidence when you get that to turn 1, does it, after that?
No way.
It's through there.
You saw the bit of plastic on the track as well to see what the air is doing behind the Formula 1 car, and the way it shot straight up into the air, which is what we want, what we've got with these new regulations for 2022.
I mean, it looks very smooth through those high-speed sections, and but still up.
Understeer through there, wasn't it?
I wouldn't say the car looks brilliant, and he's heading the times at the moment, personal best and the 10th up.
It doesn't like understeer either, does he, in the car?
Quite, but is this car, or is this wind? Is this wind affecting the car more than we'd normally see?
Wind, yeah.
And it makes sense that Leclerc, I thought it looked a little bit steady almost from Max in that first sector, and Leclerc straight away washes out of purple sector, sector 1. Right, here's that tricky braking zone, riding forward with Max into 12. Now the car's got a lot more rotation than the likes of the Mercedes with Lewis Hamilton from a few laps ago. He's got a little bit of traffic in front of him, gets out of the way nicely for 15. And it's suddenly now got the rotation he wants, the front end tucking in nicely, the car pivoting and getting him through that middle sector fastest of all, and faster than Charles Leclerc. So, yeah, Leclerc had the speed in sector 1, faster than the Red Bull and Max Verstappen, but it's vice versa in second sector. How's the third one going to play out?
It's going to be close because they're trading mini-sector fastest times blow for blow here. Verstappen with a 1:36.2 crosses the line with the fastest time. Here comes Charles Leclerc. I'm not sure if that was within track limits or not.
He had a tiny bit of oversteer, didn't he, on the way in, which pushed him wide.
Oh, and there as well on the exit. Not great, and it would have been fastest without that one final mistake. It's as easy won or lost as that.
I said it was going to be close. I didn't think it was going to be that close.
Yeah.
1/100th of a second.
Good.
I think, in terms of who's going to win qualifying, it could be really, really close today. The trouble we've got in terms of the grid, or starting on pole, it is not going to be Charles Leclerc, because he's got engine penalties. It's not going to be Sergio Perez, because he's got grid penalties as well. Carlos Sainz is on an outlap on the mediums. Come on, Carlos. Someone's got to challenge Max for pole today.
That is a very, very messy lap.
Yeah, understood.
You're not alone, mate.
Yeah, exactly. It needs to see Max's lap. But the issue they're going to have is now, everyone's flying over to do their quick laps, is that traffic as well, it changes the wind and the dirty air and everything around you, so it's going to make it even more difficult.
This is how Max started the fastest lap out there. Not ideal, you would have definitely lost momentum, but Charles had it to end his lap. But that would have hurt you all the way down that straight.
Yeah. It would have if we kept it on the circuit.
Interestingly, though, that lap of Max, despite it happening at the final corner, I believe if you do that, your actual lap that you set will be deleted as well.
His games.
Yeah. I mean, we really know it hasn't, but
he didn't lose.
The rule. Yeah, didn't lose.
He drove off the circuit and didn't lose, which you normally would.
Oversteer moment for Leclerc there.
Yes, you lose the lap that you've just completed and the one you're just about to start.
It's the worst corner on the track to go off on.
Well, what they're trying to stop is people going wide to get straights sooner, and they make a one-size-fits-all rule for every track for the season. And I know you can't do it here.
Known in the industry as doing a Brooks now, isn't it? After the doing a Rachel Brooks.
Doing a Rachel Brooks, absolutely.
From her commentary yesterday, saying as she could never get around a lap this track and the on the PlayStation game she was having to go with.
It's so similar to reality.
So this is absolutely not reality. People like us who weren't world champions in 2005.
Here we go then. Here we go. Sainz's lap. Right. Oh, the front is so strong through turn 4-5. He just about hangs on in there, but he's lost time. Not as quick as his teammate on that part of the track, but not too far away. Yeah, that was good. Drone shot takes it away through turn 10 into 11. Slow it right down. Get to that apex. Nicely done. Straighten the car up. Or Maximum Jackson.
Not the best
bit late. Yeah.
He's going to be carrying that all the way down the straight, isn't he?
Glad you said that was a drone shot. I thought the helicopter was going a bit too low under the bridge.
Getting affected by the wind as well. Right, into 12, do the same, so almost like a copy-paste of 11. Keep it within track. He hasn't, so that would be deleted in qualifying. And not a great middle sector for Carlos either. 2/10 down now on Max Verstappen. It just seems like all the drivers are too eager to get on power out of the slow-speed corners, and it's catching them out.
Kevin Magnussen goes 13th. Carlos Sainz looking for top 5 at least. Never finished in the top 5 in Austin. 6 starts here. He's always finished between 6th and 8th. 7th 4 times. Goes 3rd fastest, 1:36.2. And he is only 4 100ths off Max Verstappen. So as untidy as it looked, it's still very much in touch. And his final sector was very, very good. 31.1. Best final sector we've had so far. Meanwhile, back to Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, Lewis looked good in the first sector in terms of his speed through that sector. He struggled in sector 2 in the hairpin. Lots of oversteer in the car. Good through there though. It's the Andretti corner.
Yeah, it was nicely hooked up in that turn 19, wasn't it? And a good end to the lap as well for Lewis. Just pips Perez on that lap.
And less than 2/10 of Max Verstappen.
I think he must have had quite a big error in the second sector though, because the rest of the lap was good.
Potentially, Anthony Hamilton watching on, as you can see from the back of the garage. So only 2/10 separating the top 4. Now yesterday we saw an FP1, Stroll and Vettel actually putting in some very good laps. Their pace wasn't too bad. They've come out late into this session to try and do that once more. Both were in the top 10. Sebastian Vettel currently 10th, taking it nice and aggressive through turn 19. Is this going to put him anywhere further up the pecking order? I wonder. It does. 7th fastest for Sebastian Vettel, within a second of Max Verstappen. I think Lance Stroll is currently on an outlap. His teammate. We'll see where he finishes in a short while. 3 minutes to go on this session, and we're back on board with Daniel Ricciardo. He's had brake issues that needed fixing. What's happening, Jensen?
I don't know. You hear me?
I can hear you now.
Strange. That wasn't very nice for Daniel as he headed in after the long back straight to turn 12. There was a car parked on the inside, so he couldn't really pick his turning point for the apex, and he actually ran very wide and lost a bit of time there. Again through the high speed corner, turn 18. He's got a car on the inside, and you think, well, he can just drive round him, right? But no, it affects the downforce quite a lot. That's affected him in the following corner as well. So not an easy lap for him out there. Lots of slow cars, even though they're getting offline, they're affecting his lap.
And he lost time, quite a bit of time in that final sector. 15th fastest for Daniel Ricciardo. Meanwhile, a pit in the pits, part 5, Ted Kravitz.
Pit in the pits from part 5 down at Alpine, where they haven't been speaking about. No one's spoken about them for the whole session, so I thought I'd tell you what's going on. You can see Fernando Alonso P9, but does have an engine penalty. Esteban Ocon is just going out for another try at a hot lap. So let's see what's happened to Ocon, because it's been a bit of a sort of quietly stated, understated weekend so far for the French team. They feel like they're in amongst it. Of course, the game for them, the aim is to finish ahead of McLaren. And coming off the back of Ocon's best performance so far in Japan, P4, Crofty, he does have high hopes. The tall Frenchman, I was going to say lanky there, I won't call him lanky, the tall Frenchman. And so, yeah, let's see what they can do in qualifying. I will tell you that the ex-Alpine junior Zhou Guanyu has not been able to get out. You might be able to see that at the bottom of your timing screen. So he has that technical problem. They won't tell me exactly what it is. Has meant that he is going into qualifying well and truly on his back foot.
Thank you, Ted. I'm sure they are. Charles Leclerc has just set a 26.0 for the first sector. Same first sector time as Max Verstappen. Lost a bit of time in the middle sector. Verstappen carries on his way as the Haas just moving out. Kevin Magnussen moving out of his way.
Yeah, Verstappen's tidied up his first sector, as we saw before. It was just a little bit steady as he was unsure of the tailwind. He's worked out the conditions and he's purple again in the second sector. This is going to be a very impressive lap from Max coming up here. He can just get this sector 3 right. Through turn 15 he comes. Good exit there for him. And then through this multi-apex corner of 16, 17, 18. Car gets out of the way nicely before the penultimate corner. That was Daniel Ricciardo. Thanks very much for that. Final corner, Andretti corner. Keeps it within track limits. This is a legitimate lap and a 35.8. There you go. The rest of the field.
That's what happens when you hook up a lap if you're Max Verstappen and get everything working well. A 135.8, first one into the 135s this weekend for Max Verstappen. Charles Leclerc not able to live with that. Lewis Hamilton, meanwhile, he did a 36.6 on lap 5 on his first set of soft tyres, a 36.4 on lap 7 of his second set of softs. That 36.4 is his fastest lap of the session.
It's close though, half a second from Verstappen to Hamilton. Oh, this is a big hold up, isn't it, for Fernando Alonso? He's not going to be happy about that.
Sorry for that. He came quite fast. Had nowhere to go.
What would you do?
It's just the only thing you can do if you're warned that the car's coming up. I mean, you can luckily drive off the circuit there. You literally drive off the circuit. If you're going that slow, you have to get out of the way. He said there's nothing I could do, but maybe the team hadn't messaged him. But yeah, I can't remember who it was, one of the rookies from yesterday saying, couldn't believe it. You get the warning that a car's 7 seconds behind you, and you look in the mirror just one corner later and they're right there because they're going so much quicker. I think it was Théo Pourchaire actually that said that. So, you know, that section of the track, they do come up incredibly quickly in the mirrors, but you can always, thankfully that part of the track saw a lot of runoff. You can just drive off the track.
Did we see Daniel Ricciardo having navigation issues a few moments ago as well?
Yeah, I think what happened there, it's a bit hard to see from the camera angle. He had a bit of a snap of oversteer, a bit of over-rotation, they call it, in turn 5, and that just got him offline. And then he was on the dust, and he just couldn't get the car around turn 6 and drifted off.
So Carlos Sainz, that's the Ferrari that can get pole today, and he's fastest in the low-speed corners. Charles Leclerc can't take pole because he's got a 10-place grid penalty coming his way. One of 4 drivers with grid penalties to come: Alonso, Joe and Perez, with a 5-place grid penalty for taking new internal combustion engines. But Verstappen isn't that far off in the low-speed corners. Hamilton and Perez just 3.5 tenths down.
I don't think it's quite as ominous as it looks from Verstappen's speed. I think he drove the best lap in this session, without question. Everybody else looked a bit scruffy. Leclerc, admitted that it was a very scruffy lap. On par at the time with Verstappen's best effort. Verstappen's tidied it up, and that's the lap that he'll be wishing to drive. Whether he can do it again or not, that's yet to be seen. And sometimes you can just get lucky with gusts of wind. You get to those vital corners where if you don't have a gust of wind hit the car, you just get lucky, and suddenly you've got the grip and it all works. And maybe it was just one of those laps. I don't think it's going to be quite as such bad news as it looks at this moment in terms of the gap to everybody else.
The wind blowing in the wrong way here. I just get the feeling we're in for one of those qualifyings where there's going to be 2 or 3 drivers with a hard luck story to tell about the wind gusting in the wrong time.
There's jeopardy, definitely, and that's what we like. You know, there's no guarantee that this guy watching on screen is going to get that exact perfect lap like he's just had when it really matters.
And even if it's not the perfect lap, it might still be good enough to take the fastest lap in qualifying, because nothing really looks that perfect out there because of the way you have to drive this track.
It really doesn't, and like I say, nobody else quite got that anywhere near a perfect lap. You know, Hamilton, they ran the set of soft tyres quite a bit earlier than others, it seems. So maybe if there was a bit of track evolution there, or better understanding from the driver of where they can or can't push the car, there's a bit more lap time in the driver as well. So, yeah, when everything equalises in qualifying, they're all out there at the same time on brand new tyres for the same laps, then, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if that gap remains the same.
Fascinating qualifying hour coming our way, and a really interesting session too. Just the practice starts left now to complete. See how many people are here at the Circuit of the Americas, 3 o'clock on this Saturday afternoon to watch the F1 action. Where's Max Verstappen going to pull up to pole position?
Right, now he's got a clear track in front.
Yeah, why not? This is the one who's going to be aiming
there's
for
confidence
to start
for
the
you.
race.
Yeah. Right, this is where I'm going to be, so I better just see how I do a true life simulation. Raise the throttle, get the revs right. See on the graphic on the bottom of the halo, the revs drop momentarily, the throttle eases on, then full power. As the car accelerates, you get downforce, you get more grip, and then you can commit more to being flat out. So you see, even on a slow run into turn 1, how tricky the braking zone can be.
And even with such a short distance to the first braking zone, 240 metres, you see Carlos Sainz going off the track, already over 200 kilometres, well over 200 kilometres an hour in the space of that 240 metres. It feels a lot longer when you're running up that hill. It is quite a short distance when you're driving it in a Formula 1 car. And there's the man then, world champion for a 2nd year running and fastest at the end of this final practice session for the 2 Ferraris, Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz. Leclerc, to remind you, with a 10-place grid penalty to come ahead of tomorrow's race. Sergio Perez has 5 places to contend with. Lewis Hamilton, penalty-free, was 5th this weekend. Fernando Alonso is another with penalties to come. The 2 Aston Martins did both get into the top 10. Sebastian Vettel and his teammate Lance Stroll, Pierre Gasly, squeezing into the top 10 right at the end, and everyone on the soft compound tyre to set their fastest lap during that session. Behind Pierre Gasly, Valtteri Bottas on pole here in 2019, just outside the top 10. Not great for McLaren, Lando Norris and Daniel Ricciardo, a little bit down the order. Zhou Guanyu only got 3 laps in. Mick Schumacher already 12 laps in. So disappointment with them that they lost out on time. Zhou Guanyu's got a 5-place penalty to come, and it's Max Verstappen who heads into qualifying as the fastest man so far.
But for that final lap, it would have been about 2/10 separating the top 4. However, turned it on right at the end of the session there did Max Verstappen, and as a result of that, a bit of an advantage. He's the man they'll all have to beat when we get into qualifying. 10 o'clock on air, 11 o'clock cars on track this evening here at the Circuit of the Americas. Slightly earlier though, tomorrow for the race will be on air from 6:30, lights out at 8 p.m. Well, a bit to talk about there. As you're saying, it was a really good late lap, but there could be a few in the mix here, Jensen.
Yeah, definitely. He got a good lap together. Everyone else got kind of a messy lap. I think they were just still learning the conditions, because it is really tough out there, really windy, which is affecting the car quite a bit. It's affecting the tyres quite a bit, as we can see behind us. No, it's tricky, and it's going to be who can just get it together in qualifying and put a lap together. None of them are pretty, but it's who's are the prettiest.
Well, we're just having a look at these tyres in behind us here. You were talking about the graining, and that's the result you feel. I mean, it is strong. You can't really feel the wind here in the paddock because it's really sheltered, but out there on track, when you get into the pit lane, it was blowing a gale
really windy and gusty, and it's the front left actually and the rear left that are graining. You got that long right-hander, so 16, 17, 18. And that's where I think a lot of the damage is getting done, especially to the front left. And if there's a gust of wind and it gives you a bit more understeer, it makes it even worse.
We know every year Lewis Hamilton has got a pole position and a win. And you were talking in commentary about you think that this is his favourite track, why it suits his style so well, and do you think he's got a genuine shout at the front row at least today?
I don't know if it's his favourite track for him, but in terms of his performances, yes, he's always been unbelievably quick here. You know, when I was a teammate with him, I could see his data, and I don't know how he's doing that. But he can drive a car that's right on the edge, and he's always proven that here in Austin. And I think today, there's a possibility he could fight for pole position.
There we go. That will excite the British masses back at home. Absolutely sure about that. So there we go. That's the final hour of practice. We will be back within the hour. In fact, about 15 minutes' time to get our build-up ahead of qualifying here at the Circuit of the Americas, though. Max Verstappen quickest in that final hour. See you in a bit.
Sky Sports F1. Feel it all.
Quick, smart decision-making will put your team at the top of the table.
Absolutely right, Martin. Formula One on Sky Sports, sponsored by Workday.
difícil y en un circuito donde el equilibrio es la clave. Así que prepárense.
Seriously, as far as how it performs, but then George Russell, good luck in qualifying. Maybe I'll talk to him after. But it also means that everyone else that's involved with that group is going to take the group seriously as well, because Roger Penske is involved.
Great stuff. Okay, as we said, as you saw, George Russell just pegging his way past us to get into the garage. 10 minutes to go till the start of qualifying. Let's go to Ted.
Thank you very much, Simon. Yes, if the drivers are being cheered from the gallery in the paddock here, it's a similar feeling as the pre-qualifying show gets going on the grid. I'd say about 60,000 people on the hill overlooking Turn 1, expecting to see some fireworks in qualifying later. And the wind is as strong as it was in free practice 3 earlier on today, Texan time. And what that's doing is blowing quite a lot of dust and sand and grass onto the track. That's actually going to mean that the track will improve quite considerably throughout the qualifying hour. So watch out for that. Mercedes will make sure they don't get caught out by that. They were only 5th and 7th for Lewis Hamilton and George Russell, respectively, in free practice 3. But they hope for better than that. At Ferrari, it's high hopes. Bearing in mind that Charles Leclerc does have that grid drop, 10 places on the grid for a new turbocharger and a new engine. So for wherever Charles Leclerc qualifies, he will drop down 10 places on the grid. But next door, it's Carlos Sainz then, who carries the hopes of the prancing horse today in this afternoon session. We'll see how it goes for them. But can they really challenge Red Bull Racing? And you know, just next door at Red Bull Racing, bearing in mind what we've been hearing, the sad news out of Austria, the championship might be over, Drivers' Championship for Max Verstappen. But today, Red Bull and Max Verstappen have something to be perfect for, in the form of a tribute to their co-owner, the co-owner of Red Bull, of course, the owner of Red Bull Racing, Dietrich Mateschitz. And there's no doubt, Simon, that they will be racing for Dietrich this weekend.
Absolutely, there we go. And Max Verstappen, you'd have to say, still, Jensen, strong favourite this afternoon after we saw was right at the end of the third practice session, hammered a lap in, and it was 3/10 ahead of the rest. Aside from that, it was about 2/10 separated the top 4.
Yeah, it's pretty close. I think he got a lap together, which was nice to see, but the 3 behind him didn't. It was kind of messy out there because of the wind, so I think it's going to be close for pole position, and I also think that Lewis is going to be up there in the mix as well.
Well, I mean, we know how important it is as well, because I think it's 9 of the 10 races here, or 8 of the 9 races here, have been won from the front row. They've got only 19 on-track passes actually last year, which was quite surprising when you look at the state of the track.
I think it's a tough track.
Building, we know it's going to be a record crowd this weekend. 440,000 fans expected. The atmosphere is building, and qualifying is next here in Austin.
Quick, smart decision-making will put your team at the top of the table.
Absolutely right, Martin. Formula One on Sky Sports, sponsored by Workday, a system for finance, HR and planning.
Progress is a race that has no end. Because after every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we increase efficiency? How can we optimize performance? How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Aramco, one of the world's leading energy and chemicals companies, a proud partner of the Aston Martin Formula One team. Together, we aim to drive the development of more efficient engines, advanced fuels and lubricants, and non-metallic materials. Our joint R&D efforts aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuels target by 2025. Discover how we're driving progress on the track and on the road. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome to Texas, everyone. Welcome to the Circuit of the Americas, and welcome to qualifying ahead of the 10th US Grand Prix to take place here at COTA on the outskirts of the city of Austin, which you can see in the background. It's the 42nd Formula One World Championship United States Grand Prix, and it's the 61st World Championship Grand Prix to take place in the United States. And here's the track that we're going to be qualifying around this afternoon. 3.42 miles, 20 corners, 11 to the left and 9 to the right. DRS zones along the long back straight and the main straight leading up to turn 1, where the track rises to 30 meters in the sky and where the big flag is showing a huge tailwind through the high-speed section. The 3-tyre compound, C4, C3 and C2, the soft, the medium and the hard. Those inters and wets won't be needed. No chance of rain according to the weather forecast. The sun is out, although setting slightly in the sky as we approach 5 o'clock on a track that Red Bull took pole last time out here with Max Verstappen and went on to win the race. Max Verstappen fastest in FP3 in the final practice session, but since that session, some terribly sad news that the co-owner of Red Bull and the man whose motorsport passion led to the acquisition of Jaguar Racing in 2004 and then the Minardi team to become Toro Rosso and then AlphaTauri, Dietrich Mateschitz has sadly passed away, a man who loved life, who loved sport and motorsport, Martin Brundle, and this is a very difficult time then for the Red Bull team and all who knew and loved him.
Very sad indeed. He's a very nice man, very humble, very quiet, didn't like to do interviews, but built, of course, a mighty business in partnership, and he really has been a force for good for motorsport in general, at all levels, and sport indeed, as you pointed out. He's been unwell for a while, and it's really sad to hear on the eve of highly likely that they might clinch another Constructors' World Championship, and obviously with the other shenanigans, shall we call it, going on over the cost cap as well, I know has been on his radar these last few days and weeks, and it is sad. He's been incredible and brave as well, and going out and getting 2 teams in Formula One, you know, with Toro Rosso, as it used to be called, AlphaTauri now, and NASCAR and junior racing and football teams and TV channels, and just absolutely went for it. And it's very sad for his family, his friends, and very much for the team. We saw them going into the hospitality area to be told the news, and you can see the sadness and the tears from many people in the Red Bull team, because, you know, he's been everything, hasn't he? It's Red Bull, and it'll be Red Bull engines in the future as well. He hasn't held back, and you know he's played a key role in the success of today's Formula One.
Well, Formula One has very much benefited from his passion. He came into the sport with Sauber in 1995. As I mentioned, he bought Jaguar Racing in November 2004. Red Bull Racing entered the next season. Minardi, a year later, renamed it Toro Rosso, went on to become AlphaTauri. Together, those two teams, 91 wins and 80 poles between them. 4 Constructors' Championships for Red Bull, and as long as Ferrari don't outscore them by 19 points this weekend, another Constructors' Championship coming their way. They go racing for Dietrich week after week, but this weekend especially, everything on the track will be for him.
Yeah. To give you a tiny flavour, I followed him in a car one night to a big event, a big Red Bull event that he held at the Austrian Grand Prix. And everybody was running around because it was the governor turned up. And they wanted to take his car and park it. And he was like, I parked my own car and went off into a field somewhere. And I parked next to him, but he just absolutely had no airs and graces in that respect.
Dietrich Mateschitz, rest in peace and thank you. Grid penalties for this weekend, affecting one of his drivers. Sergio Perez gets a 5-place grid penalty for taking a new internal combustion engine. Zhou Guanyu and Fernando Alonso also with 5 places, and Charles Leclerc taking a new turbocharger along with the ICE, a 10-place grid penalty for him. So it could be that whoever wins out in qualifying doesn't start on pole. It was certainly Max Verstappen, the man to catch in a very tricky FP3, Martin. We can see the flag of Texas blowing in the breeze there and through the high-speed section. A difficult tailwind for these drivers to contend with.
This is going to be a tough session. You know, we've been talking accountancy, haven't we, all weekend, and cost cap, and we had a long tyre test yesterday, and now we've got lots of penalties. Having said all of that, I think this is going to be a cracking qualifying session. Looks so close at the front, and it bodes well for tomorrow's Grand Prix. We know there's a sellout crowd going to be here as well. So now we can get on with what we're really here to do.
Daniel Ricciardo channeling his inner Ricky Bobby. He has the Cougar from Talladega Nights on his crash helmet for this weekend. He's not the only one with tribute helmets because we're here in Texas, Ted, where it's bigger and better than anywhere else.
No doubt about that. Yes, hello Crofty, hello Martin, hello everybody. It's just past 5 p.m. local time in Texas, and the sun has come out. It's baking hot. It's got hotter. It's the hottest part of the day in the pit lane. I don't know how this is happening. I'm expecting the afternoon to cool off here, Crofty, but it's really hot down here now. So the sun absolutely shining, not a cloud in the sky. Some high cirrus maybe, but yeah, certainly cooking the track. And, well, expectations are high. A lot of drivers, Daniel Ricciardo, one of them, who are going into the session with a little bit of pace to find. Yuki Tsunoda had a little bit of problems earlier on. The two Williams not going particularly well here. Mick Schumacher lost some time with a gearbox issue. And poor Zhou Guanyu with a hydraulic problem, I can confirm now, made his running in FP3 just before the session highly curtailed. So, yeah, Zhou Guanyu straight out, just wants to get going after a hydraulic issue. Meant he only did a few laps earlier on, 3 laps earlier on. So, yeah, watch out for them as we get underway now. The roller coaster that is the Circuit of the Americas.
And it is Zhou Guanyu going for a lap, his first visit to the Circuit of the Americas, the man who set the fastest lap in Suzuka by 1/1000th of a second over Fernando Alonso, Alfa Romeo's first fastest lap since Andrea de Cesaris back in 1983, and Sauber's first fastest lap since Esteban Gutierrez at the 2013 Spanish Grand Prix. Zhou Guanyu aiming, I would imagine, for a Q2 spot. That would be a job well done. We can watch him now through turn 11. The track falls away from you, the exit of that corner, and then it is a bit of a roller coaster. It falls away, rises, falls away again, and then you've got to get your braking point absolutely spot on for turn 12, because if you get this wrong, it carries into the next few corners.
Yeah, and they still come thick and fast at you towards the end of the lap as well. Quite a technical section coming up. You've got to use all of the racetrack, which of course during tomorrow's Grand Prix leaves the door wide open for drivers slicing up the inside and climbing the corner, even if they struggle to get round it thereafter. A very, very long right-hander, 16, 17 and 18, modelled on the long left-hander in Istanbul. The last corner, turn 20, now called the Andretti corner, and Mario Andretti was going around that at great speed earlier on in a 2013 McLaren, a feature we've got in tomorrow's show. But as many times as they try to resurface and skim this track, it's always a little bit bumpy, and I like that. That's what the suspension is for, and it also challenges, makes the cars move around, makes them spark a little bit.
Kevin Magnussen was finding his rear end moving around a little more than he would have wanted there. Mick Schumacher with a 1:37.8 fastest time so far, 7/100ths faster than Zhou Guanyu. Alex Albon, third fastest, and on board now with Kevin Magnussen. Love this penultimate corner. You can stand by that, hear them dropping down the gears, going over the rumble strips. They're very, very aggressive, those rumble strips, making a huge noise. Magnussen goes fourth fastest, or slowest of the 4 times so far.
I would think coming into that final corner, it's a little bit difficult to pick your braking point, actually, with the sun shining across quite a heavily used surface there, right into the driver's eyes.
2 Red Bulls out, line astern. Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez. Max Verstappen would like to be getting on with it a little more than his teammate. I wonder, even with the Red Bulls, which seems to be quite aggressive on its outlap this season, just how carefully they're going to need to put the outlap in, because these tyres, Charles Leclerc saying in practice, lasting 1 lap and 1 lap only.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to take too much life out of them. The old conundrum of keeping the surface temperature, the carcass temperature up, the wheel and the brakes without taking anything out of them. And then you can be cautious and easy on the way into the final corner for a better exit, because obviously your lap time doesn't start until a long way down there.
Well, let's go for a lap then with Max Verstappen, shall we? Double world champion Max Verstappen getting a nice round of applause as he heads to turn 1.
Yeah, heavy braking because it's a 30-metre climb up to that corner. Very bumpy on the inside of turn 2 there. And just watch this. This is absolutely brilliant. A Formula 1 car at its best. Direction change after direction change. And each of those corners just get a little bit slower. And finally then, you've got to slow the car down over a completely blind crest for a driver there. Easy enough in a helicopter. And down to the turn 12 hairpin. Again, lots of overtaking opportunities there tomorrow. You've got to square that off. The front of the Red Bull not working particularly well there. Run a bit wide up to the curve. Stay on the right-hand side because it's a left-hander at the bottom. No point in wasting any meters at all. Your car's 5 meters long. You don't want to waste a few meters and waste a car length. So rotate the car, keep it inside, pick up the throttle as early as you can, and just keep sweeping through this section. And this is where the tyres will start screaming and hurting.
It's where you need your tyres as well for traction as well as grip through the corner, and this lovely sequence of corners aids overtaking. It really does when it comes to the race. Max Verstappen got past Kimi Raikkonen there once, and they took that podium away from him because he did it by exceeding track limits. He's got to be careful of the track limits on the exit of turn 19. Watch for those cars on the inside going slowly to start their flying lap. Verstappen crosses the line a long way clear of those so far. 1:35.8. He was the only one in the 1:35s in final practice, but Charles Leclerc has had a very good first sector. Sergio Perez goes second fastest, and Leclerc pushing with a new internal combustion engine and turbocharger. Verstappen all the way, and he's nearly 700ths quicker.
Yeah, the rear tyres were crying enough as he came out of the last corner, but it was overall a good enough lap. You'd say Leclerc used up the life of that tyre in qualifying terms absolutely perfectly there.
Now, what of the Mercedes? They've been about 0.2 of a second off the pace. Jenson Button was saying in final practice he thinks this is a track that's Lewis Hamilton's strongest track. George Russell losing a bit of grip at the rear as he went through Andretti. 0.4 of a second off the pace, goes fourth fastest. But here's his teammate hustling around the penultimate corner. Do you agree with Jenson? Is this Lewis Hamilton's strongest circuit?
I think it is. I think he's mighty around here. He's not too much of a slouch anywhere, is he? But he does seem to relish this track, make the most of it, and up into third. But there's no doubt about it. Mercedes are right in the hunt here, but you would think it'd be easy enough, wouldn't you, to find 1/4 of a second at these speeds, over 20 corners, but it's so hard. And the harder you push, the more mistakes you make.
If we stop the count now, Max Verstappen will be on pole, Lewis Hamilton will be alongside him on the front row, and George Russell will be lining up third on the grid because Leclerc and Perez will be taking their penalties. But we've got a long way to go, and we have all 20 cars out on the track. With Nick Latifi, whose only Q1 progression this season has been into Q3 at Silverstone, the slowest so far, without a time actually. Esteban Ocon with no time. His teammate Fernando Alonso just gone 6th. Ocon goes 12th fastest. Carlos Sainz, we're waiting for a meaningful lap from him. Kevin Magnussen puts himself out of the bottom 5, so that leaves Albon Joe and Mick Schumacher in that bottom 5.
I know many of you know this, but of course this is only about getting rid of 5 drivers and cars. It doesn't count for anything else in that respect other than getting ready.
That Haas was on the racing line in the 17, man. That was really dangerous.
Understood.
Well, he wasn't, and then he was. He was trying to keep over to the right, but then just drifted at the wrong moment into a more central part of the track.
Yeah, and it would be an airplane crash if you ran into somebody there, because you'll be completely unsighted. But yeah, it's ferocious up the front, isn't it? An outlier this weekend so far, I would say, in terms of more recent form, Valtteri Bottas has been very strong indeed, hasn't he, in the Alfa Romeo, and the two Aston Martins have looked pretty handy as well.
Managed to get both the cars into the top 8 during final practice. Valtteri Bottas, 2019 pole sitter here. He won from pole, of course, but out in Q1 at 3 of the last 5 races. Only once has he failed to reach Q3 here. This is another strong track for a driver in Valtteri Bottas's case. Carlos Sainz goes to the top of the pile with a 1:35.2.
Wow.
So when you hook up a lap here, you can make quite a big difference, as Carlos Sainz has just shown. Early stages, but that's gone down very well.
2 fastest sectors, they know their stuff.
So Sainz from Leclerc, and that is a way to make a mark. Carlos Sainz into qualifying, 5th on the grid here last year. His only top 5 start at the Circuit of the Americas, where he's always scored in races, but hasn't had particularly the best qualifying ever.
So Carlos Sainz did a preparation lap, brought his tyres in slowly, and you have to say that paid some dividends, and gave up the first lap and then attacked.
He might have been told he might have made a mistake at turn 1, which led into that preparation lap. But I think your point there, that maybe it needs an extra lap of preparation just to gently nurse those tyres, because they're right on a knife edge in terms of performance.
Yeah, maybe he found out by mistake that was a very good way of doing it.
Yeah. Logan Sargent, we'll see you next year. Well, we'll see him this year, because he's going to do some more FP1 sessions and the Young Driver Test, and as long as he finishes in the top 6 in the F2 Championship, he'll have enough super license points to become the latest Williams driver. That was confirmed this morning by his new team boss, Jos Capito.
Yeah, that's good news. Good news for the team, good news for him. And we have another boy band member on the grid, don't we, in Formula 1? And he, like all the others, is very good with the media too.
Yeah, he certainly is. Logan Sargent from Fort Lauderdale, born on New Year's Eve in the year 2000, 21 years old, and currently 3rd in the F2 Championship. We saw him win in Silverstone and in Austria, I think it was this year. F3 2020, he was 3rd in the championship there. Zhou Guan Yu is at the bottom of the pile, as you can see on your screen, because he's had a lap time deleted for exceeding track limits at turn 12, and they will be very hot on this in race control. If you go over the white line, you forget the curve being part of the track, not anymore. Go over the white line with all 4 wheels, then your lap time's gone.
We've seen a few of those so far, though, pushing the limits out there.
I like the way race control are doing it. I think they're saying in practice, fine, go over. That's entirely up to you. Fill your boots, but there will come a time, that time will be the start of Q1, where we're going to delete your time if you carry on doing it. So you might want to practice staying within the limits before that, but it's entirely up to you.
Yeah. And of course, we only have 1 race director now for the rest of the year.
Right.
We've stopped the system having of alternating race directors.
Did you see Lewis there? Yeah, Lewis turn 2.
Yeah, copy. I saw Hamilton turn 2.
And that, I think, is a message aimed for the race director, with Alex Albon
Fair enough, though, isn't it?
Yeah, Lewis in the wrong place,
fair enough. And was it Fernando yesterday, wasn't it? Pretty unhappy with Lewis's apparent lack of mirrors.
Ted Kravitz, 4.5 minutes to go, down to you.
Down at Aston Martin, where they've had a good weekend so far. You know, it's been absolutely solid. There's not too much you can take from Friday with the tyre test. It was all a bit complicated, difficult to get a read, but Lance Stroll has been on it all weekend. Sebastian Vettel near the top 10, Lance Stroll in the top 10. But I think that time of a 37.0 that really marks the difference between 10th and 11th. Lando Norris about 37.0 is what you need to aim for now. The track, having said that it's slippery actually on the official notice system here that the teams will get, is now gripping up. And I think it is going to ramp up. If you can do a 36.5, 36.8, then I think you're safe. 37.0, that's going to be close.
So anyone faster than Valtteri Bottas should be safe in your information there, Ted. Valtteri Bottas still in the garage, as you can hear, lots coming out onto the track. Lando Norris, you mentioned, with a 1:37.0 at the moment, was the quickest driver here in Q1 in 2019. Daniel Ricciardo, his teammate there, in a hurry to get on with it, getting past Kevin Magnussen as they descend down to the hill. So what do you need? About 2 minutes for an outlap here? Would that be about right?
Yeah, maximum really, but in that area. But you know, Alex Albon, obviously feeling and looking like he was blocked. He is 2/10 away from being 11th.
Yeah,
that's how critical it is out there. So,
Joe Guanyu, I should say, just nipping ahead of the Mercedes as he comes out onto the track, because he wants a bit of track position. Doesn't want to be behind George Russell or his teammate Lewis Hamilton. Yuki Tsunoda, there's the projected knockout time, plus or minus a couple of tenths, so Ted I think was right on the money with a 1:37.0, 1:37.1 displayed on the screen. So Yuki Tsunoda so far a couple of tenths outside a best time. 12 races since he last scored. Longest run of any driver on the grid at the moment. He's been in Q3 5 times during the course of this season. Not always a great omen for him, because he's never actually scored when he's reached Q3. And good afternoon, good evening, hello, Jamie Chadwick, development driver at Williams, 3-time W Series champion as well. Congratulations, Jamie. We've not had a chance to say it. Sadly, W Series not here this weekend and all racing for the rest of the season. But well done on another great campaign.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a shame they're not racing this weekend, but she pretty much dominated that one.
She certainly did. Right, Yuki Tsunoda, can you dominate the track? Look how bumpy it is, Martin, on that approach into turn 1.
Yeah.
Yep.
Drive around them.
I say it with a smile on my face, though, you know, because I love it. I'm not sure Yuki does so much, but I love it.
It's these cars are very stiff, but you know, it's fine. It's when they start jumping off the bumps and losing control of the cars when they're entitled to get upset. But for now, it's a case of managing it. It's the same for everybody.
So Sainz, Leclerc and Perez are the only 3 staying in the garage. Verstappen as well, sorry, staying in the garage too. The 2 Mercedes are out. I don't think they're in any trouble, but they might just need a preparation lap, as it were, just to put a little heat cycle through those soft compound tyres.
Yeah, I think they want used tyres, the Mercedes and Fernando Alonso as well, out on, well, used, is that the right expression? They've done,
for a lap.
They've done 12 miles or something, 20 kilometres, so used is a relative expression.
They go through a slightly more of a rough usage than your average road car, though, to be fair. Yuki Tsunoda, decent lap this, he's improving, and so far good enough to get out of the bottom 5. He's got to keep it together. Daniel Ricciardo needs to pick up some pace. He's been out in Q1 twice in the last 4 races. He's got to find something in the final sector. Tsunoda goes 9th fastest and improves to a 1:36.8. They'll be watching that, the teams, because that could be right on that cut-off mark. His teammate Pierre Gasly goes 8th fastest, now improves by about 0.3 of a second over Yuki Tsunoda. Sebastian Vettel is right in there, currently 9th at the moment. Checkered flag is out. These are the laps they're going to have to count, and Daniel Ricciardo loves Texas, loves coming here, might have wanted a bit more clearance from the bottom 5 than only 13th. So Esteban Ocon goes behind Daniel Ricciardo. Not a great lap there from Esteban Ocon. He is very much at risk. Kevin Magnussen jumps out of that bottom 5, and Ocon looking nervously over his shoulder at the likes now of Lando Norris and Zhou Guanyu.
Yeah, Norris very much nervously looking ahead, though. He needs to get this lap finished, and does, up into P8.
And that pushes Esteban Ocon down into the bottom 5 and out of qualifying. So Norris goes 8th fastest, Bottas 11th fastest, Daniel Ricciardo's on the cusp. What can Zhou Guanyu do about that? He can put his car 10th fastest and knock Daniel Ricciardo out of qualifying. That's what he can do. Alex Albon moves out of the bottom 5 only by 17 thousandths of a second, but that is enough to give him some daylight for the time being. Nicholas Latifi in his last US Grand Prix. He's going to leave Williams at the end of the season. Would dearly love another progression from Q1 this season. Crosses the line now, and he doesn't sadly make it for him, which is a relief to his teammate Alex Albon, who was the driver that could have been knocked out. But the big surprise is there. Not just Daniel Ricciardo, but Esteban Ocon out.
Absolutely, it's a shock for Ricciardo. It's a total surprise for Ricciardo, for Esteban Ocon, because the Alpine has looked so good around this track. As we watch Mick Schumacher presumably locking an axle, the rear axle, and then pirouetting, checking out where he's just been, and off he goes again. Lap ruins.
Lewis Hamilton is going to have a lap time deleted just while we watch this. That 1:35.878, which was enough for 4th fastest, has been deleted as we see the pirouetting Mick Schumacher. He's definitely out of qualifying. Nicholas Latifi out of qualifying. Esteban Ocon will have his worst start here since 2016 when he was 22nd on the grid. Daniel Ricciardo, a 3rd Q1 elimination in the last 5 races. And Kevin Magnussen, sadly for him, also out of qualifying. And I'm just waiting to see where Lewis Hamilton might end up.
Okay, Daniel, so cars eliminated, we're 17th.
Understood. For real.
There's disappointment for Daniel Ricciardo. I'm just waiting to see where Lewis Hamilton might end up once he gets his lap time deleted. I think he should be okay.
Yeah, I don't think he'll even drop a place, actually.
Okay.
He's still marginally quicker than Perez was, with a 1:36.148. So Hamilton, anyway, comfortably stays in and through.
So that then is the first part of qualifying over. Mick Schumacher out, along with Nicholas Latifi, Esteban Ocon and Daniel Ricciardo and Kevin Magnussen. Carlos Sainz the fastest.
You just never know what's around the corner.
Drivers have to adapt quickly or get left behind. Formula One on Sky Sports, sponsored by Workday, a system for finance, HR and planning.
Accenture. Let there be change.
They were all yellow. I came along, I wrote a song for you, and it was called Yellow. And then I took my turn. Oh, what a thing to have done. And it was all yellow. Your skin, oh yeah, your skin goes turning to something beautiful.
As official tour logistics partner for Coldplay, we're working together for a more sustainable world tour. For more information and tour dates, go to our website.
I am not like them or the others. Don't back down, I don't run for cover. I'm a boss, top dog, no time for beginners. Only winners, and the crowd goes. I go faster.
Bold design. Innovative technology. Impossible to pigeonhole. The award-winning Vauxhall Mocha Electric. Unbox yourself.
Take you to the future.
Maybe someone went out of the track limits. Yeah, just have a look at some of the laps. Who knows? Coming.
Kevin Magnussen didn't want to get out of the car straight away, just in case. Lewis Hamilton did have a lap time deleted, but he didn't drop a place. 1:36.1 was ahead of Sergio Perez. That was the lap time that would have counted. Sadly for Daniel Ricciardo, he is out for the third time in 5 races in Q1. His team boss, Andreas Seidel, is joining us live on the pit wall. Massive disappointment for you and for Daniel. Can you tell us any more about his lap, Andreas?
Yeah, definitely big disappointment. I think it was not easy for Daniel to get the lap together. He was struggling with the rear, which is a shame because he's shown some good pace so far this weekend. Yeah, not great, but now focus on Lando.
Well, Lando had the pace to, he had the pace to be in the top 8. Do you think he's got the pace to carry that through to Q3 now?
Well, if you look at the lap times, it's very tight between a lot of cars, but I think if we get our lap in, there's definitely a chance to get through to 43, and that's the aim.
Are you hearing anything from the drivers, Andreas, about the low sun in the final corner, for example, or bumps, or what are they saying generally out there?
Haven't heard yet about the sun being an issue yet, so let's see how that goes for the next 2 sessions. It's quite windy out there. I think that's the biggest issue in terms of getting the laps in without any mistakes, so I think that's the biggest challenge.
Andreas, thanks ever so much. Should get the driver to come and stand in our commentary box, Martin. The sun's streaming straight into our eyes at the moment.
It's lovely. Well, sadly, 5 of them haven't got anything to do for the next while.
Well, they're more than welcome to come and join us, and if you are just joining us back home and you are a Sky Q or a Sky Glass customer, you can watch the highlights alongside the live action by pressing your red button. Qualifying 2 is underway, and you can see where the sun is shining in from, and the first floor above the pits there in bright sunshine, with the sun sort of sinking away right at the final corner. The sun is setting down over there. Ted Kravitz is down at McLaren. Ted.
Well, I'm just down in the pit lane, and Kevin Magnussen, I can tell you, has now left his car. So he stopped wishing some penalties on other people and has actually accepted that he is out in Q1. So he's doing the old walk of shame down the pit lane, down towards the FIA weigh scales and the interview pen. Got some info on Daniel Ricciardo. I mean, he hasn't had a particularly straightforward weekend as a whole. He's had trouble with some brake issues earlier today. He's lost track time, and just complained about the rear of the car. I don't know if you heard that radio message earlier, Crofty. He's just saying the rear was just nowhere, no rear grip. But he did tell us, I've got some good news, that for Daniel Ricciardo fans, he might not have a race drive for next year, but we do understand that he has closed out a reserve driver drive next year. So he will be, he told us on Thursday, he will be around about the Formula One paddock next year.
Any news as to what team that might be?
I thought you might ask me that.
Well, it's a pretty obvious question, even for me, Ted.
I mean, we thought Mercedes, because they now have a vacancy, given that Nick de Vries, their reserve driver, is going to AlphaTauri. But I'm told it's not Mercedes, so which only kind of leaves the teams. Yeah, only
a return to Red Bull?
Leaves Red Bull as the teams who have a reserve driver on hand at every race.
Well, we've been saying for a few weeks that talks have been taking place.
We have.
And he has been chatting.
So
it will be quite the return.
We'll find out in due course. But yeah, good to hear what he confirmed to us a day or two ago, that he will be around and about the paddock next year.
It's got to be good news, Martin Brundle, because an experienced man like that you don't want to lose from the sport.
Yeah, it's great news for us, and his personality is just tremendous, as we all know. But I don't know. I'd have thought for him it'd be better having a clean break and then coming back, maybe just keeping your foot in the door somewhere, doing some simulator work. Trudging around a Formula One track, not participating, takes it's a pretty tough old mindset you need for that.
It certainly is. Right, Alex Albon out on the track then in the one remaining Williams, hoping to progress to well, progressing, I should say, to Q2 for the 8th time in the last 11 races. Hoping to go one further and try and make it into Q3. Let's see how that Williams is handling. British team, of course, but Doralton Capital using this as a way to celebrate owning the Williams team. It's a very nice barbecue for everyone having as well. At lunchtime, 26-0 dead for Alex Albon through that first sector. That looks a little bit twitchy as he rose over the crest.
Yeah, it's a bit crosswind and tailwind through some of that. So he's had a couple of moments where he had to fight the car, but he's always kept good forward motion through the lap. Alex driving very, very nicely indeed. Will settle down with the Williams team now for a season or two as well. And he's showing fastest, but that's fastest, of course, of Q2 so far. And again, the nose of that Williams launching in to the slower corners. So at the back end, not living with that quite as well. So he take a really wide turn in to turn 15, short straight then to the triple right-hander. And again, you can just see the back end of the car dancing around, but it's got to turn somehow. And this is a corner that's very easy to go out of track limits, but fine. Then we go into the sun, rotate it into the final corner, be patient on the throttle, stay right for the shortest run to the line. And Albon does a 37.1 compared to a 36.9 in Q1.
But so far, a little better than Yuki Tsunoda through the first sector. Tsunoda picks up a bit of time in the second sector, but by a couple of hundredths of a second crosses the line ahead of the Alpha Tauri. Out there, Verstappen and Sainz, the only two drivers to reach Q3 at every race so far this season. We're at round 19. Here's Pierre Gasly then on his way to turn 1. Plenty of ways to get into turn 1. Plenty of chances to lock up too.
I tried my best, so I was maximum forward, shape 5, pushed all the braking. So, you know, I'm trying my best. If they don't wake up, that's my fault.
He's saying that he's not getting the tyres up to a temperature that suits him.
Yeah, tyres or brakes?
Well, he's saying maximum forward.
Yeah, I think that's on the brake. It's on the brake bias probably, but he's trying to try to get enough temperature into the front tyre, and then they're locking. I think you're right, Croft. I think it's tyre temperature rather than brake temperature on that, and he was complaining about that in Suzuka badly as well, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Very concerned about just cannot get the front tyre, front axle working.
Valtteri Bottas goes fastest, 136.7, and behind him, Zhou Guanyu, his Alfa Romeo teammate Sebastian Vettel has just had a lap time deleted. Vettel trying to get into Q3 for the second race running after reaching the top 10 in Suzuka, but he is going to have to try again because that lap time has gone from him. Charles Leclerc has just put a 25.7 for the first sector, matching Max Verstappen through that first sector. George Russell picking up pace in the middle part of the lap. We're on board with Russell, and we can see Max Verstappen heading to the sunshine at turn 12 as well.
Yes, the Red Bulls and Ferraris are on used tyres in this phase, and the Mercedes are on new tyres, so you might get a discrepancy here, really. It might not be the true picture. It won't be the true picture.
38.4 for Verstappen. Very fine middle sector for him. Russell round the final corner. Andretti, he goes, trying not to slide his way over the white line, and the 135.6 for him. That's a big improvement from the first part of qualifying by half a second. Lando Norris goes fourth fastest, and unlike George Russell, not finding improvement. Max Verstappen goes to the top of the pile. He might get into the 134s by the time we sort out Q3 here. Lewis Hamilton goes third fastest behind his teammate by a few hundredths, and Charles Leclerc now goes ahead of Max Verstappen by what, nearly 5/100ths of a second. That is how close it is, and we've not even thrown Carlos Sainz into the mix as Fernando Alonso goes fifth fastest. Sainz crosses the line third.
Yeah, you've got to assume that that's right for Verstappen, isn't it, as Perez goes across the line in P5 as well. So as ever, very close up front. That's the first time we've really seen Russell ahead of Hamilton, isn't it? It's looked so far that Lewis Hamilton has had the edge on his young teammate around here.
Absolutely.
This is when it matters.
And 11-7, Lewis leads in the qualifying head-to-head. Is this where Sebastian went over the white line? Yes, it is. It's where his suspension broke a few years ago as well. The only time he's not scored here at COTA.
Yeah, good knowledge. Good memory there. But that is... It's good. It's good that you've got to stay in the track. Now it's becoming normalised. It's working, isn't it? It's our field of play. Stick to it.
Absolutely. 2019 when Sebastian's suspension failed there after about 7 laps. Just proving you can't. You have to respect the curbs a little bit here. They're here to bite you. They go Leclerc. There are a lot of Ferrari fans here. That's brilliant.
That's great.
Packed house all weekend long. There was a feeling, wasn't there, when Miami was introduced and Vegas, obviously, for next year, that would the attendance at the Circuit of the Americas suffer? Not a bit of it. More and more people every year.
It's not that long ago we were concerned that, because there used to be a lot of Mexican fans there, then they got their own Grand Prix, that would impact on Austin, and it hasn't. It's just grown and grown.
And those in America, not here, the Circuit of the Americas, watching on ESPN. Congratulations on your new rights deal. Another 3 years on ESPN and taking our coverage here on Sky. We're very excited about 3 races in the US next season. Off to Vegas in a couple of weeks for the official launch there. I'll be happy. I'm sure Pharrell will be happy for that weekend as well, whether he's coming to Vegas or not. I'm not sure he's on the guest list yet. You could still be on the guest list if you want to come.
Where's that?
To Vegas.
Next year?
No, 5th of November this year.
Oh,
Big
right.
launch party.
It's not happening. Are we not at a race?
No. It's the weekend between Mexico and Brazil.
Are you going?
I'm hosting. I'm doing the launch. You bought a tux for it as well. I'm very excited.
Oh, I saw you on Instagram showing off with your new DJ. Yeah.
Got the Spanx underneath it as well. Corner analysis at turn 20. This is Leclerc and Verstappen. Leclerc is the purple line and emerging just over a tenth of a second faster as well. Ted Kravitz, down to you.
Excellent. I'm glad you're wearing a tux. I was worried when you say to Las Vegas there was going to be the word strip involved somewhere.
I'm not George Russell.
No. Well, indeed. Actually, I want to tell you about George Russell. Has found some good pace in the Mercedes, just behind Carlos Sainz, who he's battling with in the Drivers' Championship. But, yeah, just a tenth behind Sainz is Russell. So good showing there. Lewis Hamilton, obviously, with the time deleted but earlier on. But, yeah, a few tenths further back. So Mercedes are in this. They're probably not in it for the first row, or maybe even the second row, but certainly somewhere around there. Maybe, do you know what, maybe that's overly pessimistic. Maybe the second row is a good target for Mercedes in this session. Got to say, well done to Alfa Romeo Sauber as well. So far, Bottas and Zhou Guanyu in the top 10. Great showing from them.
Absolutely. We'll see, I would imagine, with everyone on a new set of tyres for the final runs, how it all stacks up. And the theory being, I'm sure, Martin, that if the track temperature starts to cool a little bit as the sun descends and sets in the sky and gets lower, then the track should ramp up a little bit more as it gets cooler.
Yeah, you get a tiny bit more engine power as well. Humidity is very low, isn't it? Just 37% here. Very dry air. Wind speed moving around a little bit. Track temp. It's kind of that happy hour when you're testing. You know, when the sun's going down a bit, the track's nicely rubbered in, and this is where you put your best times in on a test day. We're right in that zone.
We certainly are, and right in the zone he doesn't want to be. Lando Norris, as you can see, the driver at risk, but I think there's a few more above Lando Norris at risk because, well, for a start, Zhou Guanyu is less than a tenth of a second ahead of Lando Norris. Valtteri Bottas right on the cusp too. The only ones not going out with 2.5 minutes to go are Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen, Carlos Sainz and George Russell, Sergio Perez and Lewis Hamilton. So the big 3 teams, as it were, in the garage for the moment, but out into the setting sun comes Lewis Hamilton right now, and Max Verstappen has made his way onto the track too.
Tear-offs must be really good on the visors now, because I wouldn't want any tear-offs on my visor in these conditions. Because it can sort of magnify the effect of the low sun as well. We're used to.
So, Sebastian Vettel needs to get a lap on the board here, because he had a lap time deleted in a place where he's been on pole a couple of times in the past. Pierre Gasly needs to get some brake temperatures and tyre temperature into his AlphaTauri to help him a little bit. Lance Stroll needs to find some time in his Aston Martin. Yuki Tsunoda and Alex Albon, they're the bottom 5. And let's keep our fingers crossed this time in the turn 1. Pierre Gasly gets it absolutely spot on, and there's no big lockup.
Still didn't really want to go in though, did it? He stayed a little bit tighter in. There's a nasty bump in the bottom, although the AlphaTauri rode that quite well. This is a wonderful section of racetrack. Just keep turning the wheel, but it just, as I said earlier, a little bit slower, a little bit slower, a little bit slower. Well, you really wanted to be all the way over that curve there on the inside, so he was floundering a bit there for front grip again. And then a heavy brake and goes slightly uphill right at the end. Crank it round, and as soon as you can get it straight, you'll get more traction. When you don't ask the rear tyre to keep turning and suspending and accelerating the car.
Alex Albon moves himself into the top 10, goes 8th fastest overall. We're on board, riding with Pierre Gasly. 4 previous starts in the USA, never scored a point here, but in his last 2 visits, has managed to get into Q3, and he's right on the cusp of doing that as it stands, but not by much. Needs to make these last few corners count. Sebastian Vettel picking up more time behind him.
Yeah, it looks a bit of a handful, Gasly's AlphaTauri, to be honest. It's not really working with him. Let's see if he can still pull a lap time out of it.
Lance Stroll making up even more time on his Aston Martin as Yuki Tsunoda now goes into the top 10. Checkered flag is out. So these laps are going to have to count. Pierre Gasly, the driver, at risk. 10th fastest and only 10th fastest, right on the cusp. I don't think that's going to be enough for Pierre Gasly. Sebastian Vettel flirting with the track limits once again, goes 9th fastest in his Aston Martin. Behind him, his teammate Lance Stroll. Lance Stroll never reached Q3 here in Austin, goes 7th fastest to try and end that particular duck. Lando Norris goes into the top 10. So Sebastian Vettel out of it, Gasly out of it, Alex Albon now right on the cusp with Bottas and Zhou Guanyu behind him and in the bottom 5 currently. So Albon and Norris looking a little bit unsteady potentially. Valtteri Bottas goes 9th fastest, pushes Alex Albon into that bottom 5, and Lando Norris waiting now to see what Zhou Guanyu can manage. Albon has carried on actually for another lap, but he's not putting in the times in the first few sectors. Alonso 7th fastest, still Lando Norris right on the cusp of things. This will decide it. Zhou Guanyu goes into the top 10 on his first visit to the Circuit of the Americas. Lando Norris is out of qualifying. Elsewhere, Russell and Hamilton on the track. Albon giving it everything until he realises that there's no point carrying on because the sector times just weren't there for him, and he bails out and will line up behind his good friend Lando Norris. McLaren upset to lose Daniel Ricciardo in the first part of qualifying, and I'm sure upset to lose Lando Norris in the second part.
Yeah, Lewis Hamilton was last driver across the line before the flag dropped, so still rehearsing there, ready for the big top 10 shootout coming up. But once again then, confirmation of how well the Alfa Romeo is working around this track with both of them in the top 10.
And Valtteri Bottas said this was a big weekend for them. New front wing and a new floor that they didn't get to try out really in Suzuka because of the rain. Well, they were hopeful that they get the benefits from it here, and they certainly have done so far. The two Alphas doing very well, but Zhou Guanyu has had a lap time deleted. Oh no.
Yeah.
And that's pushed him out, and well, that's saved Lando Norris.
Yeah.
That's not the first time this season I think Lando Norris has been saved by someone else having a lap time deleted. Alex Palou, good to see you here, IndyCar champion 2021 and driving in FP1. So that's a real shame for Zhou Guanyu, who loses that lap time, and we can look once again at Pierre Gasly. Just didn't like turn 1 at all.
He struggled all the way around. Palou went extremely well in free practice 1 for McLaren. Did a very, very good job there for Team IndyCar, effectively, and did a super job for himself as well.
Why do we keep having this problem? Turn 111 is the same second weekend in a row.
The key there, end of straights into very tight hairpin corners. Gasly Not very happy. He's out, I'm afraid, as is Zhou Guanyu, as is Yuki Tsunoda, Sebastian Vettel and Alex Albon. Leclerc and Verstappen separated by only 5/100ths of a second. In these conditions, staying ahead requires incredible skill. Formula One on Sky Sports, sponsored by Workday, a system for finance, HR and planning.
They were all yellow. I came along. I wrote a song for you. And it was called Yellow. Your skin, oh yeah, your skin and bones.
Working together for a more sustainable world tour. DHL and Coldplay.
Intelligence is the foundation of any good business. But if every good business has it, how do you stand out? Intuition. When enabled by technology, intuition stops feeling like a hunch and starts looking like confidence. The confidence you get when you work with Cognizant, where we engineer every aspect of your business, technology, processes, and experiences to anticipate expectations and act instantly. This is intuition, and we can engineer it.
At Walkers, we know baked tastes great.
It's magic, you know. Never believe it's not so. It's magic.
Walkers Baked. When life gives you potatoes, bake crisps.
I love watching my two with their grandparents on holiday. The kids bring out their mischievous side. My dad always filling their heads with tales of bravery. The same stories he told me. Don't get me wrong, they spoil them silly. It's like having 4 kids to look after. But being away together, I realise how lucky I am. Before I know it, the boys will have their own little families on holiday. I hope it's as good as this one.
Find your moments that matter with P&O Cruises.
Welcome back to qualifying for the United States Grand Prix, where Zhou Guanyu, on his first visit here, thought he got his car into the top 10, but sadly he had a lap time deleted, exceeding track limits. Anthony Davidson is down at the Sky Pad and can give us more information.
Yeah, Crofty, yeah, we can look at it here. Here he is in towards turn 12. I'll just slow it down for you because this is close. I do believe he was just out, so I agree with the decision, but if I can just stop it at the right time, there we go. You can just see on that left-hand, well, my SkyPad's not quite working out, but on the line. The trouble is it blends into the white part of the curb as well, but just out. So that's all it took. So unfortunate for him. Others you can look at, Hamilton, he made a bit of a mistake here around turn 1 on his first lap when the tyres were fresh. He's over the bump, just losing out the rear at first, understeer, then the oversteer kicks in once more for good measure. So he lost out to Russell on that first lap because of that moment. And then for all of you Ricciardo fans out there, I've just got this clip of the reason why he went out in Q1. We didn't have time to show at the time. It was that moment there, turn 7, over the curb, car got away from him, and out of Q1 he went. Back to you, Crofty.
Thank you ever so much, Anthony. So Zhou Guanyu's disappointment turns into smiles down at McLaren, where Lando Norris, who was out, is now back in. It's like a qualifying okie-kokie, Andreas Seidel. Breathing a sigh of relief on that one?
Oh yeah, definitely challenging qualifying for us so far. Also Lando was struggling with some oversteer. Turn 1 and I think then also later on turn 6, 7. So thank God we were lucky and still went through.
Yeah, sometimes you wonder though if you're not better off P11, Andreas, yeah, and saving the tyres. But I guess you've got enough tyres for the Grand Prix anyway.
Yeah, definitely. Aim is clear. We want to start as high up as possible. So hopefully we can make another step in terms of performance now for Q3.
What's your understanding of why the Alfa Romeos have suddenly found where they've found this pace from?
Too early to say, to be honest, to analyze afterwards. But they have shown several times this season that they They have a strong car from time to time, so it's not a surprise that they are showing performance like they do today.
Good luck with the final part of qualifying, Andreas. Thanks for joining us this evening. It is evening now. It's about 12 minutes to 6 o'clock and the light is green and the drivers out onto the track, including Fernando Alonso for a rare visit into Q3 in the USA. I think he's before now reached Q3 once in his last 5 visits to this track. For Lance Stroll, Q3 for the 3rd time here. 2 of his Q3s this year have been actually in the United States, so he must like it on this side of the Atlantic, I'm sure. Sergio Perez was leading the way this time last year at COTA until he got beaten by a few on their final laps, Hamilton and Verstappen. It is all to play for here, and so close between Verstappen and Charles Leclerc. We're going live with Q3 then. If you've missed the first 2 parts of qualifying, you're a Sky Q and a Sky Glass customer, do press that red button and you can watch highlights of the race alongside the live action. And still Martin Brundle, the world's biggest flag. Well, it might not be the world's biggest flag, but looks it to me. Blowing the cars down that hill and through that high-speed section.
Mighty flag, mighty tower in the background. But so Verstappen will be showing on used tyres, but we think he's on scrub tyres, where he literally just did an alternate-in, as we call it, not putting too much energy through them, almost curing the rubber a little bit more. And that is how they found the best way to prepare the tyre and approach for the ultimate lap.
And it is down to the ultimate lap now. Ferrari, never been on pole at the circuits of the Americas. Well, if they're going to get pole this weekend, it's Carlos Sainz that's got to do it, because Charles Leclerc has that grid penalty, 10 places for him. Sergio Perez has a 5-place grid penalty. Fernando Alonso also has a 5-place grid penalty too. And it's an important qualifying this, because all 9 of the previous races at the Circuit of the Americas all been won from the front row, which surprised me a lot, because we've had some thrilling races here, but it's the front row that has that advantage.
Not least last year.
Yeah.
It was a real cliffhanger, wasn't it? So, different approaches. We saw the Mercedes on absolutely shiny, brand spanking new tyres.
Is George Russell going through a second kind of preparation lap there, I wonder? I think he had the clock on him, and they were expecting him to be going for a flyer, but maybe it's time for a couple of preparation laps to really nurse those tyres, to bring them in and then to seal that life in as long as they possibly can. It's like almost like vacuum packing, isn't it? The freshness of those tyres.
The racing line is good when you can see the racing line a little bit polished, because as a racing driver, it's so obvious to you what the racing line is. But if you're not used to racetracks, and you've got a great width of track in a lot of places as well, it's sometimes a bit alien, but somehow it looks so obvious. When you get a nice shiny line in some of the corners, it's absolutely clear, where you might take the longer route through some corners, but you're able to maximise your apex speed and get on the throttle a little bit earlier.
We're watching Lando Norris, and we've got a picture of Max Verstappen as well. Fernando Alonso's putting in a fairly decent time, as Valtteri Bottas puts a 1:36.7 on the board. Charles Leclerc has just gone fastest overall through the first sector. Norris to cross the line next, and he beats Bottas by nearly 0.2 of a second. Coming up onto the main straight now, Fernando Alonso. Told you he was going well, 1:36.1 for Alonso in the Alpine. But Max Verstappen has found more time in the middle sector. Is this provisional pole for Max Verstappen? Yes, it is. We're not quite to the 1:34s yet, but Verstappen, who was on pole this time last year here, has put his car on provisional pole, but for only the time being, as Charles Leclerc is setting this track alight and has about 0.3 advantage over Verstappen through the first 2 parts of the lap.
Yeah, once again, and Leclerc and Ferrari showing tremendous speed together. You say he's got a penalty to take yet, but there'll still be a lot of pride in being fastest. They'll not be messing around here with too many slipstreams because of the nature of the track layout.
Fourth on the grid, last two races here, Charles Leclerc. He won't be fourth this year, but he would like to win qualifying, and he is 0.4 of a second faster than Max Verstappen. That is a very impressive lap, as Sergio Perez puts his Red Bull potentially onto the front row with that Leclerc penalty to come.
Keep an eye on Hamilton, he's out there flying along as well. Meanwhile, Sainz goes second. Hamilton fastest through the middle sector.
So that's Sainz now on provisional pole, and Hamilton goes third fastest ahead of Max Verstappen. And that really is a fine lap from a Mercedes that hasn't looked like beating a Red Bull in qualifying very often in 2022. Meanwhile, in the other Mercedes, George Russell matching his teammate in the first sector, losing out a little bit in the middle sector. So far at the Circuit of the Americas, George Russell has qualified 18th and 20th. This is obviously going to be a lot better. He's in a Mercedes this time around. But let's see how far up the grid he can go. Lance Stroll on his outlap at the moment, the only time we haven't got other than George Russell. And George Russell's going to cross the line and go 6th fastest. He's got some time to make up there. But that is a stonking lap from Lewis Hamilton. It's a very good lap indeed by Carlos Sainz. At the moment, the front row, Ferrari and Mercedes, Sainz and Hamilton.
Yeah. And Russell there, a decent lap from George, and it's quite a bit faster than Q1 and Q2, but still 0.4 shy of Hamilton's lap. It was a cracker from Hamilton.
Hamilton has out-qualified George Russell 5-0 since the summer break. He, along with Lando Norris, I think, is the only two drivers that have a perfect record in qualifying over their teammates during that particular time. So as the drivers who've completed laps all make their way back in to the pits for a change of tyres and a look at the data and a little quick polish and a rub over as well of the cars, I think Lance Stroll is just setting off on a flying lap. He's got one set of new tyres to come, and they're doing at Aston Martin what they've done before, and they're just putting their driver out of sync with the rest to give them a bit of clear track space, not get held up by anybody else, and see what they can do. It's not a bad first sector from Lance Stroll, the 25.8. Shame we're not seeing that lap, but we are looking at the cars coming back into the pits, and that is where Carlos Sainz and Lewis Hamilton can be separated. It's that final sector that Sainz had over Hamilton by 0.3 of a second.
And these look like brand new tyres now, don't they, for Max Verstappen, who hasn't really had opportunity to scrub another set. Pretty early, Crofty. Pretty early to be out there. Stroll's got the place to himself at the moment, apart from a recovering George Russell, and then Max Verstappen out and wanting to get his lap done, unless he's going to do a prep lap, of course.
That could well be it. Because often they run the same strategies on this one, but if he is going to do a prep lap, they're going to need the time to put in. Here is Lance Stroll. His middle sector of 38.4 was about 0.3 down on Charles Leclerc in the middle part of the lap. And you can see a tribute, a Texan tribute, even with a maple leaf for Lance Stroll on his helmet. 7th fastest overall. And I think Aston Martin will be very, very happy indeed with that particular position, because if Sergio Perez can't improve by much, he'll drop down behind Stroll. Alonso with a penalty will be behind Stroll as well, and so will Charles Leclerc. So he could actually move up 2 places there.
On the grid after penalties.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you are just joining us, it's a 10-place grid penalty for Charles Leclerc. It's 5 places for Fernando Alonso and 5 places for Sergio Perez. They've all taken new internal combustion engines. There's your 5 places, but Charles Leclerc's taken the new turbocharger as well. Ferrari never had a pole at the Circuit of the Americas. Well, they've got just the one chance of doing it, and if it wasn't for Leclerc's penalty, they'd be looking out the front row at the moment.
Yeah, that's the sort of progression you want to see from Lance Stroll. 36.8 Q1, 36.0 Q2, 35.6 effectively Q3. That's the kind of time you need to be finding through qualifying.
So he's progressed. We don't expect another lap from him, but it is all to play for out in front. And well, has Lewis Hamilton forced his Mercedes into the mix a little bit? Are Red Bull trying something a little bit different with Max Verstappen? We'll see, as he's completed his outlap. Yeah, it doesn't look, Martin, like he's going up the turn 1 in any sort of attack mode.
No, he wants to bring those in very gently indeed. The scrub tyres didn't work for the first run. Let's see if the prep lap works for the second time. But
And that's completely different. Red Bull normally, a team that, well, Verstappen certainly, they like to hurry it up, don't they, on the outlaps?
And fire their tyres straight up. And you've got to make sure you don't get in somebody else's way and grab yourself a penalty for that as well.
So your previous poles in Austin, the last 5 pole sitters, Verstappen, Bottas and Hamilton 3 times. 3 times a pole sitter here, 4 times a pole sitter in the US, of course.
So Carlos Sainz and others on their outlaps are passing Max on what is his second lap. Yeah, correct lap. And the other problem you've got when you do that, as Max drops towards the back of the 10 of them now, just Lewis behind him. If somebody spins off in front of you, then you get caught up in the yellows.
Yeah, exactly. But it's kind of a amble for Max Verstappen. He is ambling along, but might want to get in a bit of a move on a minute. Only Lewis Hamilton behind him on the track currently, and Hamilton just taking it nice and steady too. Great for us as viewers of the US Grand Prix that the tyres are so finely, delicately poised here, because we're looking, I think, at a 2-stop race for tomorrow, which is a lot more interesting than a 1-stop race and tyre management, even if that is the quickest way to do it. Looked to me there that George Russell and Charles Leclerc were looking to try and get a bit of position. So George Russell and Carlos Sainz were chucking over position a little bit, but Charles Leclerc has got the place pretty much to himself as he will set out his final flying lap.
Max must be furiously working the brake pedal to keep some temperature in the brakes and add some temperature to the tyres. And Lewis Hamilton is having to back off now because he was right on Verstappen's tail.
So Hamilton will be the last to cross the line then to decide who starts on pole for the 10th United States Grand Prix here at the Circuit of the Americas. Charles Leclerc, who's got 9 pole positions this season, is well on his way. He won't be taking pole. He can, of course, win qualifying, and he's looking for a lovely flow through that high-speed first sector, and he's 2 tenths up already.
And Perez is fast through the first sector as well. It looks like the track is ramping up really nicely now.
Carlos Sainz improving his first sector, almost matching that of his teammate Charles Leclerc. Stopping distance is short into turn 11, but you've got to get it right and get great traction too, because if you don't, you're losing speed all the way down this long back straight. Fastest part of the track, maximum speed over 200 miles an hour with DRS, as Valtteri Bottas goes 9th fastest and completes his final flying lap. Charles Leclerc still a couple of tenths up.
Yeah, Verstappen an okay 25.5 first sector. The Ferrari, the rear tyres of the Ferrari there, Leclerc complaining at how fast he's asking them to go through the corners, but he's pressing on.
The one who's had a bad first sector, Lewis Hamilton, 25.8 for him, 3 tenths off Leclerc and Sainz and Verstappen, who's set the fastest middle sector so far, and that's about 3 tenths of a second faster than this man, Charles Leclerc, wobbly as he comes out of the final turn. It's a 1:34.4. That is the fastest time so far. Carlos Sainz goes on to pole position by 6/100ths of a second. In the year that he took his first pole in Formula One, he's got provisional pole now if he can fend it off the likes of Max Verstappen. Russell goes 5th fastest, Verstappen goes 3rd fastest. It's no pole for a second year running here at COTA for Max Verstappen, and it's Ferrari that are going to get that pole as Lewis Hamilton crosses the line, only 5th fastest. Well, they had one chance to grab pole today because of Charles Leclerc's penalty, and grab it they have. Carlos Sainz, for the 2nd time in Formula One, is on pole.
Well deserved too, he's been flying of late.
P1, baby. Good job. I knew it was coming, guys. I knew it.
Knew it was coming, he said.
Yeah, it's a lovely lap. Noah's Ark at the moment until the penalties are Star Grid, until the penalties are applied. 2 Ferraris, 2 Red Bulls, 2 Mercedes in the top 6.
Well, Hamilton couldn't improve his time, but he'll move up and start 3rd on the grid behind Max Verstappen. George Russell will move up too and start alongside him as they share that 2nd row. Lance Stroll will also move up for Aston Martin with Sergio Perez, I think Lando Norris, I should say, also moving up, and not Fernando Alonso, and Valtteri Bottas too. The grid will take a little bit of working out, but that's pretty much it.
So P2, P1 is Sainz.
Yeah, that was it.
The car was moving around a little bit, wasn't it? We saw him struggling for rear grip on a couple of occasions, and he is, unsurprisingly and pleasingly, very unhappy to have qualified behind Sainz on pure time.
Well, I think also unhappy that he'll start 12th on the grid now, not 11th. It's another place further back. But this will be a very popular pole. Ferrari well supported at the track. You can see the Ferrari flag in the background. And
hard luck, Max. 10th off pole. Lost 3 tenths in that final sector.
Yeah, it seemed like the low speed I was running out of tires.
Yeah, we tried something.
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you can't really quick tomorrow. That's what's most important.
Yeah, so it worked through the middle sector of the lap, didn't it? Mighty middle sector, but by the time he really needed it at the end of, after 2 preparation laps, effectively an out and plus another lap, they hadn't got anything to give him. But of course, we've now got this weird situation where we have first, second, and third being interviewed, knowing full well that Charles has got a penalty.
Yep, the results of qualifying form the grid only when the penalties are taken into account too. With Max Verstappen not getting pole today, it means Charles Leclerc will end the season with the most poles of any driver. Carlos Sainz, well, started off the week here in Austin, playing golf down at Spanish Oaks. Very nice course it was too. Some impressive driving on that particular afternoon. A very impressive drive here this evening here at Austin. And he will be mightily chuffed with that. He really will. The 1 pole so far in 2022, and he's added to that pole, of course, came with a win at Silverstone, and on a track where the front row has decided every single year so far, and where pole position has won, what, 5 times in the previous 9 races. Well, he's got to be a very lively chance to grab the win from pole here. See how breezy it is, because it's ruffling his hair. Now he's taken his crash helmet off. It is Sainz from Leclerc, from Verstappen, the top 3 in qualifying. The grid will look slightly different when you tune in for tomorrow's race. Lewis Hamilton, for instance, will match his highest start of the season by taking 3rd place on the grid. I think that was very thirsty work indeed. Very hot conditions here, and a tough old track to manhandle your car around.
I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that qualifying.
So did I.
Bit of intrigue.
Going to enjoy tomorrow's race as well. And I want to hear from the top 3, starting with Max Verstappen. He's down on the grid with Danica Patrick.
Hi, Max. It's been a very emotional day for the whole team at Red Bull to lose Dietrich. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's been hard news, I think, for everyone. I think what he has meant for, of course, Red Bull, but also for the sport, and especially also for me, what he has done for me in general, my career so far, and general my life, you know, it's, yeah, really tough. It's a very tough day, and yeah, we tried to, of course, give it everything today in qualifying. Unfortunately, we missed out by a little bit, but there's still a race ahead, of course, and yeah, we're going to try to make him proud tomorrow.
What's it going to take to win from the 2nd row? Everybody that's won here has won from the 1st row, with obviously how big this would be to get your 13th win in the season, and also with the news today. To win tomorrow, what are you going to have to do?
Well, I think our car normally in the race is a bit stronger than qualifying, and I think already today in qualifying it was very fine margins. If you could switch the tires on a bit better, I think you know, that would have made a difference. But nonetheless, you know, we are there, and I'm expecting a good race tomorrow.
Okay, good luck. Charles, tell me about that lap. This is a tricky track. There's fast, there's slow stuff. How hard is it to put one whole lap together, and is there something out there that could have been different that would have set you on the pole?
Oh, it is obviously really difficult, especially with the wind. The car changes a lot from laps to laps, but
Yeah, overall I did my best. The last lap wasn't the best. Carlos did a better job today and deserves to be on pole. I'll be starting a bit further back because of the penalty, but the goal is to try and come back at the front as quickly as possible.
This is a sad day for everyone with the loss of Dietrich today. Tell me about what it means to have someone like that in the sport that believes in racing and everything that we love so much, to lose someone like that.
It is incredibly sad, but apart from everything that he has done in his career, which is incredible, he's a human being, and it is a really sad loss for motorsport. So all my thoughts goes to their family and friends.
How much are you thinking about winning the race tomorrow versus the championship? Is there anything that you plan to do different? Are you going to be careful in any way because the championship is so close for second place?
Yeah, I'll give my best. As always, again, we are starting, I think, 12th or 11th with the engine penalty that we have. So, yeah, I'll give my best. No crazy risks, but if there's an opportunity, I'll be here to take it.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Carlos, what an incredible lap. Tell me, walk me through the lap. How was that for you? Were you in flow?
It was fun, a lot of fun. Very tricky out there with these winds that we have today. So gusty that every corner is a bit of an adventure with these cars. You don't know how much grip you're going to get or how much grip to expect, but I managed to put together a good lap without mistakes, and yeah, pole position that it was a long time coming after a few qualies in the dry, getting very close to it, but not quite getting there.
What does it take to have a good day on Sunday with how easy it is to make mistakes? Like, what is it that you're going to have to put together to stay where you're at?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I think for tomorrow, Red Bull are still favorites. I think they normally have the better race pace. They normally get us in the race because they have a very, Max does a great job, and Red Bull has a very good car in race stream. But we're going to do everything we can to try and stay ahead tomorrow and win the race, which would be an amazing way to start these last 4 races.
And sure, we'd all be cheering for you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Well, it's quite the comeback, isn't it, from Carlos Sainz after the crash in Suzuka. He's never finished in the top 5 here in Austin, but he's looked on it all weekend. Quickest in the opening practice session. Max Verstappen will start alongside him on the front row of the grid after the penalty, of course, to Charles Leclerc. Sergio Perez picked up a 5-placer as well. So besides Verstappen, and then both of the Mercedes in behind in the form of Lewis Hamilton and George Russell. Now, as far as we're concerned on Sky Sports, there's plenty of sports across the network. Tonight, the new season of NBA continues with the Memphis Grizzlies at the Dallas Mavericks. That's from 1:30 in the morning on Sky Sports Arena. The Super Sunday matches are in the Premier League. Southampton against leaders Arsenal from 1 o'clock, Tottenham against Newcastle from 4, and Monday Night Football is West Ham against Bournemouth. All of those on Sky Sports Premier League. As far as we're concerned, tomorrow on air from 6:30, lights out at 8 o'clock here at the Circuit of the Americas. And we'll wrap everything up in Any Driven Monday, 6 o'clock, Matt Naomi on YouTube. Lots to look forward to in the hour and a half before lights out tomorrow.
I always said to myself after winning the first title, like, whatever comes next is a bonus, and I also do see it like that. And for me also, like, I know people always think like F1 is life, F1 is super important, but at the end of the day, is it really?
Go! Yeah!
Is it something that I wear?
Yes!
Apologies for the shrieking. I tell you what, though, it certainly got Carlos Sainz fired up. Pole position, the 3rd of his career. Ferrari's first ever at this track. Well done to him. Reaction here in a couple of moments' time.
Martin, I could watch these cars all day.
Yes, they give drivers the power to adapt to anything.
Formula One on Sky Sports, sponsored by Workday, a system for finance, HR and planning.
Intelligence is the foundation of any good business. But if every good business has it, how do you stand out? Intuition. When enabled by technology, intuition stops feeling like a hunch and starts looking like confidence. The confidence you get when you work with Cognizant, where we engineer every aspect of your business, technology, processes, and experiences to anticipate expectations and act instantly. This is intuition, and we can engineer it.
Gamble responsibly with William Hill. Set deposit limits and take timeouts. That's fair play, fair value. Gamble responsibly. William Hill.
Third career pole position for Carlos Sainz, a mighty lap. Let's have a listen. I don't know.
Good job. I knew it was coming, guys. I knew it.
Rather smooth operator. This is quite the circuit, and he has taken pole position. First one for Ferrari here, as I mentioned, the circuit of the Americas. And actually, it's only the 5th time, Jensen, that he's out-qualified his teammate this year. So wherever he's found the pace, he's coming good at the right time.
Yeah, he's been so close on many occasions, hasn't he? Half a tenth here or there. And after Suzuka having that incident on lap 1, yeah, this is key for him to get his confidence boost back. And he's been on it from the word go. As you said, FP1, he was quickest, and that looked like a really good lap. I mean, high speed, the car is definitely moving around a little bit. The area that, for me, the car looks really strong is definitely the traction. He's able to get on the throttle, still with steering angle, and it's not kicking the back out.
It was the 2nd and 3rd sectors where he was quicker than Charles, his teammate, anyway.
Yeah, and he seems really, really strong there. He's obviously set the car up well, and he's not being too aggressive with the throttle. He knows what to do, and seems to be working well for him.
I was surprised were you, but I mean, for Max, you know, qualifying in 3rd, yes, he'll start on the front row, but it just wasn't quite there for him today, was it? Why was that?
I think the Ferraris have just been quick. You know, all weekend they've been really fast, and yeah, I think Max did a pretty good lap. I think he pushed the tyres maybe a little bit too much in the first 2 sectors, got to the 3rd sector, and that's where the traction issues were for him. But I think it's still a pretty good lap. 1/10 off pole position, and we all know that car's very, very strong in the race.
And we also know how important track position is, Jensen, here. As I mentioned earlier, I think it's 8 of the 9 races have been won from the front row, only 19 on-track passes last year. So, you know, that goes in his favour as well.
Yeah, it does. I mean, inside's tricky here. It's a little bit dirty, but you do have that inside for turn 1 when you actually get there. So it's always fun, this track at the start of a race, because it goes from really wide to really narrow. There's like one line through turn 1. It's also got Lewis Hamilton starting P3 on the clean side.
Tactically, then, if you're Carlos, how will you play that tomorrow, going up to that? Because I mean, we always see incident, don't we, at turn 1?
Yeah. He's going to be aggressive. He has to be at turn 1. If he leads through turn 1, he's got a good chance here. There's no reason why he shouldn't have. But Max pips him into turn 1. He's obviously immediately on the back foot. So I have a feeling we're going to see him go straight across the left-hand side to cover off Max.
Okay. Mercedes, though, with the penalties being applied to Charles Leclerc, who we believe starts from 12th, and Sergio Perez for 9th, 10 and 5, respectively, I should say, it means that we've got an all-Mercedes second row. Now, they've had a much better race car than they have qualifying car in most of the season, really. So what are their chances looking like tomorrow?
I think great. You know, I think, as you said, race car is always better than qualifying with some updates. They're not running all of the updates because they're not allowed to. But, yeah, I look forward to seeing how they perform in the race. I mean, it's a real mixed-up top 10. I don't really like these engine penalties or gearbox penalties, but they're in the regulations, and it does mix the grid up a little bit. You know, we've got Lance Stroll in P5.
He is. I mean, that's worth talking about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because he has been on it all weekend.
He has,
and it's looked good, the Aston.
We can't forget who his teammate is, Sebastian Vettel, 4-time world champion. So, really, really good job by Lance. And they've obviously made some updates with the car, but still qualified 7th, starting P5. He should have a good race tomorrow.
Okay. Lando Norris as well. When you think about it, it was only the fact that Zhou Guanyu had his lap time deleted that actually made that he made it into the last place of last bit of qualifying. So for him to stick it in 6th after the penalties, after the weekend they've had, that's a pretty decent effort too.
Yeah, a little bit of luck on his side, but then again, Zhou did make the mistake. So yeah, P6 for him. You know, Daniel had a pretty tough day in qualifying once again. Hopefully he'll turn it around tomorrow. But yeah, great job by Lando. Obviously his whole for him the most important thing is to beat the Alpines and to get as many points as they can on the Alpines. That's what McLaren are going to be pushing for, and he's in a good place to do that.
We saw the graining on the soft tyres yesterday. I mean, sorry, I should say today. I mean, the graining looked terrible. It doesn't look like that's going to be too strong a racing tyre though tomorrow, does it?
It isn't, but yeah, so they probably won't choose to run that tyre. But even the medium tyre, it's tough on tyres around here. You know, the quickest lap on a tyre is the first lap. You know, they do degrade quite quickly, especially with a full fuel load. So it's going to be a 2-stop race, I'm guessing, which is good. It mixes it up a lot more. Different strategies come into play. So yeah, I look forward to that.
Okay, great stuff. Right, let's get some views then. Let's start with the Mercedes camp. Here is Toto Wolff.
Well, Toto, interesting session. It started very hot and then sort of cooled off. Tracks came to the cars. I think with penalties, you'll start 3 and 4?
Yeah, 3 and 4. I think the update works. We had a lap in us that was 0.3 quicker, but the car is so tricky to drive. So, yeah, I think for tomorrow we could be part of some exciting games.
Okay, we'll see how that goes. And the last upgrade of the season is on the car. Is it working as planned?
Yeah, it is. I think we had Austin was never great for us in the past, and here it's worked well. We're 0.6 off, could have been 3. So, yeah.
Okay, good stuff. And just finally, Toto, wants to get your tribute to a man who had racing running through every part of his body. He loved his racing. He loved his anything that went fast, and that's Dietrich Mateschitz, a fellow Austrian, but also a fellow racer. What would you have to say about Dietrich and the life he led?
Yeah, I mean, Dietrich Mateschitz is, for me, one of the most incredible entrepreneurs in the world. He created a market that didn't exist with energy drinks. Out of Salzburg, made one of the best brands in the world. And we owe him so much in the sport. I mean, not only Spielberg, but also the 2 teams that he has been in there, ice hockey, football, all the action sports. There's no one like him. So a sad day for all of us Austrians.
And everyone else, of course, in Formula 1 around the world. Yeah, okay, great. Toto, thank you very much. We'll see you for the race tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, Danica rejoins us, having been out there on the track and interviewing the guys. Carlos Sainz taking it within his stride, as always, but it was a really solid pole.
Yeah, impressive. I really feel as though he's getting sharper and sharper speed-wise. I think the question is, can he be mistake-free tomorrow? And if he is, then I think he has a great shot at maybe winning the race.
Yeah, well, absolutely. When we talk about Carlos, you wouldn't say that his strengths are qualifying on a Saturday. We've seen that, and, you know, out-qualified 14.5 by his teammate. But on a Sunday, you know, he really does come into his own, doesn't he?
Yeah. I mean, again, obviously after Japan and making a mistake, I mean, mistakes are things that come that he's made. It seems to be more in the beginning of the season, but hopefully he can put that out of his mind and have a good day. This is a tough track. You know, there's fast corners, there's slow corners. It's a lot to deal with, and I think that if he can just keep calm, he'll have a good day.
He had his fair share of bad luck early in the season, though, didn't he? On top of that, 50 points behind his teammate. The way he's driven, is that gap kind of reflective, do you think, of the season that they've had?
Yeah, I am going to have to disagree with you on him being closer in a race. I actually think it's the other way around. I think he is closer in qualifying than he is in a race. The last few races, he hasn't had the pace of Charles. He struggled a little bit there, but he's going to put it right tomorrow. He's going to go out there and fight for a win.
Yeah, do you think he's, I mean, up against Max, as we were saying, I mean, that is